Rlcs, where dreams are made and hopes are shattered. This weekend has seen roster shuffles, unpredictable upsets, last-minute clutches, and the highest level of Rocket League this scene has ever seen. This all comes to a close today. Welcome to Championship Sunday for Qualifier number 4 here in SSA. I'm your host for the weekend, Altruism, and joined once more on the panel for the pre-show by Bromeo, Machtfish, and Pyro J. All right, gents, we have a lot to talk about. This has been a very interesting weekend. For those of us who missed it, let's start by recapping some of the action of yesterday. So, pretty one-sided, I have to say, in most of the aspects of this. Limitless with a bit of a trouble there, having to go all the way to game number 7. Bromeo, you want to talk us through a little bit of the action?
Well, yesterday was a difficult day for most of us, but that game number 7 for Limitless, going down to Drift Queens, I'm sure is going to be watched by a lot of people over and over again to see where it went right and where it went wrong. And there's a couple of things that I'd like to touch upon on this Limitless game, because there's so much to learn from it, honestly. And that's, we spoke about yesterday about a difference in styles, the SSA way of playing, and, how everybody prepares to play Limitless, but not anybody else. And I think what's really, really important to, talk about here in the stats recap is that difference in play. So what I want to talk about first, though, is first of all, how good was Crypto?
Yeah, I mean, Crypto certainly set the stage for a lot of it in terms of the mechanical skill that he brought to the fore, and the individual plays that I think that people here see once in a blue moon and don't really set up or expect it. And so, Mark, I want to ask you about this because you brought up the concept of the Spanish wham bam, this new mentality, this new play style that comes out. And like Bromeo says, so many people here, or pretty much everyone here, has been defined in their playstyle to just beat Limitless, this very aggressive side that's come through. Do you think this provides a new opportunity for local players to reinvent themselves, discover their own playstyles or metas?
Yeah, you really have to build your own identity. The Spanish wham bam, the Spanish bim bam, whatever you want to call it, is just that mentality of not giving your opponent time on the ball. Try to be as proactive as possible. Try to deny them as much as possible. At the same time, if there's not any threat, you can also just let them come to you. It's a very versatile toolset. It is very infuriating to play against because you don't have time on the ball. You can't do what you want to do. So you have to be thinking quick. You have to be thinking on your feet. And with this new generation maybe now having to play, of SSA players now having to play against not just Limitless, not just the SA top teams, but also players coming in from Europe, it will round them, hopefully in the long term, it will round them out to more balanced players, but players that can deal with different playstyles, different situations being thrust upon them.
Well, I think what's important to add to that, and let's get a little bit deeper into this game at hand, is that Limitless play the style of game where they play from deep, they play from the corner, right? And I was having a look at stats, and it looks like Drift Queens just played way closer to the ball. That could have been a ping thing, and I'm sure it had something to do with it. But Limitless plays off the 50. They take control of the ball, they play to an opponent, they go for the favorable momentum, they take the 50 and they play off that. Whereas Drift Queens, and you're seeing some of the replays over here, Drift Queens played for the space. And given how good Crypto was yesterday, and this is not saying he's a good player, sure, he is a great player, but their game plan was great. I was having a look at the heat map, and the heat map for Crypto, as you can see him taking the ball off to die for here and scoring a nasty goal, that he took it off the corner where he'd already taken some boost. He had 100 boost in the tank in the opponent's half, and his sole job for that entire game was to get to the ball before Limitless could. And a lot of those Drift Queen goals were constructed by simply being faster to the touch. And a lot of SSA teams play for the 50. They work the space, not the pass, and they wait for a mistake. Whereas Drift Queens were creating their opportunities, they were taking them, and I'm not taking anything away from the Limitless showing here, because Limitless were also scoring some outrageous goals. There was that one goal by To Die For where he dribbled the entire team, put it in through the bottom right. It was absolutely disgusting. But my point is, lessons need to be learned. This was a well-prepared, well-drilled Drift Queen side. They knew what Limitless were doing, they knew where To Die For would be, and they exploited that, and it worked for them. And I feel like that's the note that all SSA teams need to take, is look at your opponent, prepare for your opponent, and learn what they do. And I feel like that's important.
I mean, just in terms of playstyle, obviously we've been watching Limitless for a long time now, and when I was watching those games, it didn't seem like Limitless had the space, and obviously that comes down to a difference in playstyle. When you're cramped up, you don't get to make the mechanical plays that you want, and I think that that's something that's kind of like led people astray in our regions a little bit. I'm interested to hear what you guys think of this point, but you know, someone like To Die For, someone even like Skill Steel of old, or any of these top players who you're seeing hit clips. And I think a lot of the newer players are certainly falling into this trap where they're so busy trying to focus on being able to hit a good musty flick or flip reset that they don't realize that you don't do that in isolation. How often are you really going to get all the space in the world to be able to do something like that? And I found Limitless and a lot of the rest of the SA sides, I use Limitless just because they've always set the bar, but everyone didn't get to do the mechanics that we know that they can do just because they are busy practicing them in free play or against very slow opponents. And there was a complete contrast of speed yesterday. So I don't know, Pyro J, do you want to take this, or anyone else if you have a strong opinion?
I'd be happy to, because you're talking about, I mean, team play is really important, and you've got to work not only in your attack but your defense too. But when you talk about, hey, did players have time to make incredible mechanical plays? Yeah, they did, and Crypto did it the entire series against Limitless. We're talking about pace of play and outmatched mechanics. This guy is pinching and pre-jumping To Die For and others all over the place. And so it's really funny that we're dissecting Limitless Drift Queens and trying to formulate outcomes of it. And Nox, as the coach, might be listening like, okay, now what do these guys have to say? Because I'm looking at this as well, you know, because there's outcomes for everyone to take, right? But the reality was that some of it really was that out-mechanical display. And a lot of the goals that came from Limitless were when To Die For got that space to solo play past players. So it's a mix of the two, and it's tough to just put it and pin it on one thing like that. It's a lot of things together.
I mean, it's a lot of things together, and at the same time, we were sitting in the green room yesterday when the series was happening, and we were always thinking like, it's just those details that are off for Limitless. Like it's sometimes it's not rotating back quickly. If sometimes it's moving up forward too eagerly, too overzealous sometimes. But most of the time, Limitless, and I think Romeo said it earlier, is that they were yesterday at least in their series a one-trick pony. Play off the 50, look for a bump or a demo moving out, rotating out of the play, and then using that open space that was created. And when it didn't come through, that was the issue. Limitless still had double the demos that Drift Queens could in that best of 7 series, but still, was it an effective demo, or was it a quote-unquote useless demo? And the effective demos that Limitless normally gets on the backline that create panic was simply something that Drift Queens wasn't giving them.
Well, we're going to be looking to today's action, all right? We have 3 matches for you. Obviously, our 2 semi-finals for the day, each one boasting one of our Spanish teams, and then, of course, the other import teams going against them. Then it's going to be very interesting to see how those play styles match up against each other. And in terms of predictions, yesterday, and in fact the entire weekend, has been so difficult to really nail down. And we're going to have to chat about that a little bit later. But there is your action, where we came from, where we're going to. Astronic Skill Quest versus the Unknown Goats. And then the match that's going to be starting it all off for us today, Team Mobula, again, a team that has looked rather uncontested. Drift Queens up and down throughout the weekend, really having to push themselves to the utter limits. whether they're going to be able to now offset a team that really has not lost a series yet over the weekend, including the Swiss stages. We're going to be getting into that. So let's get into some predictions. There are our predictions for now. We have predicted over the weekend. And this is a pretty one-sided affair, although that came back to bite us very hard yesterday. So I'm going to give it to Bromeo. Bromeo is currently sitting second in the predictions for the squad over the weekend, and Muzz and your boy Q still tied up there at the top. But Bromeo, this seems to be a preordained finals for us.
Oh, look, you've got teams, especially the Spaniards, they are just so good at the moment. You look at the peak goal scorers, Astronic are up there. They are scoring 1.5 more goals per game than anybody else. And they've had a solid way through. And Team Mobula, they've been so crazy good. And so I feel like to vote against them at this point would be a disservice to the, how good they have been. So honestly, I don't see it any other way.
You know what, to butt in here real quick, because Drift Queens, if you're watching this, we all voted against you in the last match too for Limitless, and you guys won that one. So just look at this as another motivating factor to defy the odds and win once again. Go ahead, Mons.
I was about to say, I think it's a bit of a disservice to Drift Queens that even after they literally just dethroned Limitless, we're like, but no, you're getting clapped. Because in reality, I think that series could be a lot closer. And looking at our predictions that we have in the back of series score, I see a Game 7 from Alt Predict. I see myself and Pyro also having a Game 7 predicted. We all think it's going to be a long series, but I think what ties us over is the fact that, well, in Swiss, Mobula looked very, very comfortable against Limitless in 4, and Drift Queens had to scrape by in 7.
I mean, yeah, definitely. I think it is going to be close, but it's still Mobula going with a little bit more of the upper hand there. If you guys want to be involved in this conversation as well, we are keeping track of the chat votes, and so far it hasn't been looking good. So maybe today is all of our time for redemption. I say all of us because I'm also sitting pretty low there on the overall predictions, but certainly, if you guys want to do that, you obviously have the Twitch chat that is now open. Hashtag DQ if you're backing the Drift Queens, and then hashtag MOB for Mobula. And they are currently winning the chat vote. It seems, guys, we don't seem to be too far off right now. Very excited. And of course, we have been collecting tweets over the weekend. That has been a part of our conversation, and certainly one that has gotten the interest of the world. A lot of people, even outside of the region, starting to weigh in on the general conversation. But I think the large part of those tweets, and I'm going to throw this one over to you, Pyro, the fact that a large part of the conversation has just been, it kind of sucks that the SSA squads are not in the SSA regional. But that's just an indication that we are the youngest region and we need this experience. We need the motivation to get a little bit better. Limitless has been the only ones defining the region, and even they have now been given a little bit of an impetus. And I mean, To Die For yesterday put out the tweet that champions, it's not defined by how you win everything. You're defined more by how you recover when you lose. And I think that's a wonderful sentiment that everyone in the region can look to in a positive spin.
It's like the darkness to the light, right? I mean, some people are joining a conversation that we've been having for almost a year at this point, right? In terms of imports, like playing in SSA and trying to define what this region truly is, which its identity appears to change by the day. But I love landing on that point of what To Die For said. It's like, it's all about the mentality moving forward. It's all about how you take these failures as stepping stones to reach greater heights. And that's a winner's mentality. That's the way to push forward. And that's why we're really looking forward to the Open Qualifier number 5, including the games today, but also the next one, because there's so many pros and players in SSA that didn't even make top 16 this regional. So we're like, we have no idea what the next top 16 and the next top 8 will be. And maybe, just maybe, that's what we needed to make it all the more interesting.
All right, so that's the story overall, right? We've seen who isn't here, who is here, who has made it. And the teams that have made it are now sitting, waiting, ready for their matches today. And I mean, our prediction is one-sided, but even the teams coming through, we saw them in the interviews yesterday, seem to believe that they all still have a very good chance at this. So if we take a look at our first game there, Drift Queens versus Mobula. We got to chat to, I think it was Crypto yesterday, and Crypto was
Lazy Bear.
No, Lazy Bear.
Lazy Bear.
My apologies. Lazy Bear. Lazy Bear was still confident that they had a shot in here. So, Bromeo, our stats guy, looking across the paper, is this a one-sided affair?
Look, the stats are very much in favor of Team Mobula, but they've got to play this game. They've got to play it out. It doesn't matter how good their stats are. They need to see this game through. You can see that they score more goals per game. They take more shots. They do almost double the amount of demos, and they make less saves because they don't have to, because they're too busy on the other side of the field. So I think, and leaning back to what Spyro was saying, is that there's a lot of teams who aren't here, and they'll be watching. And this is a case study. We need to watch these teams, see how they play, take those learnings from it. And I mean, look at VK Salen. He's been fantastic, as well as Lazy Bear. They've got very similar stats for this season, but you see Lazy Bear a lot more on defense. And honestly, this could go the long haul. It really could. After this weekend, I can't say that with any confidence that any game will be a sweep or any game will go to Game 7.
Well, Mark, I'm very interested. The Spanish Bim Bam, as you called it the whole weekend, is certainly a playstyle that SSA teams have not had a lot of experience, but now we've got the internationals, and I'm very excited to hear what you think of, will these internationals, who's arguably been able to see this, in close proximity, maybe even just having access to the same ranked pool, will they be able to deal with it a little bit better?
I think they just be more familiar with how Team Mobula will probably approach the game from a gameplay sense. The problem is with any sort of playstyle is when it's just executed really well, it's really difficult to defend, right? You can see what your opponent is doing, but you still can't defend it. But I think that Drift Queens, especially now with how well Crypto has been playing this entire weekend, how well Rlcs is also slotted into that rotation between himself and Lazy Bear as the two people supplying Crypto with the space, supplying Crypto with those passes and those opportunities. I think they got a decent shot here. That's not to say that Mobula, I think, still aren't favorites, but I wouldn't count Drift Queens out. And Lazy Bear said yesterday, Game 7 winners on the table.
Okay, so time for our predictions, guys. We obviously put them up there, so everyone knows with the spoilers there which way we're all going. But I want to hear very quickly, about 30 seconds each, why you believe Mobula has this. Okay, let's start with Pyro.
Ooh, I'm kicking us off. Beautiful. Yeah, Mobula are taking this. You can put it right under my name here, just because of how good they've looked all this time. It feels like the Spanish final is almost immediate, like we're gonna see it for sure. The stats even say it that way as well. Leoro's top 3 in the goals and shots, and then VK and Rubik's are top 4 in assists. It feels like this movement style that's just synchronized and perfect. And yes, Drift Queens can disrupt it. Crypto's a big disruptor, this whole team is, but I think still in 7, the Mobula will take it.
Okay, Mark, anyone in particular or anything that this Drift Queen side could do to disrupt it, like Pyro says? Any sort of insight that you could think of that they could use to get over the top?
I would like to be sitting here and be like, they're not ready for Crypto's mechanics. They're not ready for Rlcs, filling the gaps. They're not ready for Lazy Bear cleaning everything from behind. But they really are. That's the problem. Mobula are just good. That's the big problem. So I've got Mobula as well. I've got Mobula in 7. As well as Pyro has. I still think Drift Queens are going to give them a run for their money, but in the end, I think the quality and the experience, especially that VK Salen has, will shine through.
All right, and Bromeo, you said Mobula as well. How much of a difference do you think there really is here in like a percentage-based thing?
Ooh, if I had to make up a percentage right now in my head, I would say there's at least 30-40% difference. I haven't seen Mobula tested to their full capacity yet this weekend. Maybe we won't, maybe we will. But I don't think this is where they fall. And that's why I've given Mobula a very, very good chance to take it. I think I put it to Game 5.
Well, it's going to be very exciting to see this. I'm going Mobula as well. Let's test our strength of our predictions against this. Drift Queens certainly have proven us wrong before. We're looking forward to it. We're going to be going live now into game number 1 on Championship Sunday. It is the qualifier number 4 of the Rlcs SSA. Drift Queens versus Team Mobula.
It's Championship Sunday, and welcome to the #1 tourist destination in RLCS. This is SSA, and today we will crown a new regional champion for the first time in a long time. It's a battle of the imports, baby. On one side, it's the Drift Queens, the eliminators of the Kings of SSA. On the other side of the pitch sits a squad that has lost just 2 games all weekend long. It's Team Mobula. It's a race to 4 wins to secure a spot in the grand finals. What it do, ladies and gentlemen? It's your boy Q and Muzz. It's about that time we get down and do what it do.
Yeah, DQ, they had to take Limitless all the way to Game 7 yesterday. Those last 4 games as well, only won by 1 goal. Right, that tells you, your boy Q, exactly how ramped up we are here in SSA between day 2 and day 3, and exactly how these teams have had a fight to get here.
It's been a fight to get here, and it will most definitely be a fight to secure themselves a spot in the grand finals. Is where Lazy Bear up in the sky, the second touch off of the post, but Revsy off of the rebound, gonna punch it home, and it's gonna be the Drift Queens on the board first.
Yeah, the 1, 2, 3 shot. Your Lazy Bear can't get it in 2, but Reeves has to clean it up, gets it in 3, beats out VK. And oh, they open up the scoring here, game 1. Your boy Q, DQ, looking to try get through to that grand finals, but VK and the lads have anything to say about it. They want to try and ensure that all the Spanish final.
I do gotta say though, I like the idea of Drift Queens being able to come out and assert themselves here earlier. You mentioned Team Mobula hasn't really been tested throughout the first couple of days of this weekend. So if you can come out here, land a big shot, able to get yourself a dub in game 1, maybe, just maybe that's enough to be able to put a little doubt in the backs of their minds. But maybe VK Sailing in the air was looking to maybe look for a double tap for Leoro, but a nice play of defense from Revsy. Looking for the clear here, but it's going to be a good job by Rubix, keeping it alive in the zone. A second touch, but Revsy already set forward on that back wall. The Drift Queens defense has come to play.
Yeah, we only see the 2 shots here coming out of Rubik at the moment as well. 1 more there from VK. Selly make it 3 as well. Mobula not getting on the board just yet and not kind of, you know, stamping their authority here in game 1 just yet, as we still see DQ up by 1 at the moment. Leoro sending it downfield. He should have an empty net as well. Oh my goodness, Revsy has to get up just to make that save, punt it out as well. Goes on the counter. Crypto, someone here underfoot as well. Lazy Bear not able to clean that out, and then again Leoro able to pick that up. Crypto with the scoop. Can he do something with it? Oh, Reevesy! It's over! Almost! Oh, just when you think it's going to be 2.
The woodwork has been putting in work over on that Team Mobula side. Going to be able to avoid a second goal here, but it's Crypto with the possession, looking for Revsy. A little bit of a whoop, looks for a pass, but it's Rubix able to field it there. Lazy Bear closes the gap to at least slow down this counterattack from Rubix, who's up in the air, has Crypto there, who's going to send it over towards the corner, and Crypto now has the possession on the sidewall. Has no boosto, though, as Lazy Bear's going to be able to close in, at least moves this ball forward for the Drift Queens. You can see Revsy on the back wall, looking for a pass to the middle. It's for Crypto, but Crypto too far forward. Leoro with the counterattack in the sky, but it's too high.
Oh my word, and just straight to that crossbar as well, and you think Leoro's going to be able to score there. Your boy Q, and just that pressure being put down by Team Mobula. And then kept bayed by that pesky woodwork. Lazy Bear from the corner, though, can't get past VK. VK nice little touch the wall, plays himself. Reevesy with the cut it there as well. Demo onto Lazy Bear, and now can we see Leoro try change the mistake from earlier, that shot not going in. Lazy Bear with a long one. Lazy Bear, oh my goodness, kept out. VK Sellian has to stretch to get that save, but he keeps it out.
Able to keep it out, but it is worth noting that the Drift Queens have technically been outshot, albeit by only 1. VK Sailing choosing some violence. The Kablamo to slow down this attack from the Drift Queens, and now it's VK in the air trying to get this thing past Lazy Bear, but to no avail. Leoro off the sidewall, second bounce, looking for Rubix, not going to be able to dial it up. This is the last line of defense here, right around the midfield line for Leoro. Over Revsy, though, might be an opportunity for Rubix, but once more, the Drift Queens defense so good. A big clear the opposite way. Crypto punches it home, and the Drift Queen's going to be up by 2.
And we heard the panel talk about Crypto, talk about what Crypto can do here in the front here for Drift Queens as well. Snipes that one home. Nice little pass coming out there from Lazy Bear. 123 kph. The second goal here for Drift Queens against Team Mobula. 1:30 on the clock here. Your boy Q. DQ, they can hold on to this lead and take the W, unless Team Mobula got something feisty up the sleeve there. Leoro taking that shot. Oh, so does he. I was going to say, so does Rubik, and eventually Leoro does get that goal in. Nice. They bring it back within 1.
You mentioned the feisty plays, a quick response here, and they still have 84 seconds. They've cut this lead in half, and I mean, they have shown the ability to be able to pepper the net. 7 shots thus far in the game. They're going to have to make sure that they can regain that control of the ball here and try and set up shop down on that Drift Queen's side. It's going to be VK Salen up in the air, has to try and figure a way to get this thing past Crypto, who does win that 50. They're able to slow down the approach from Team Mobula. 70 seconds left. Rubik's over one. The Oro with the tap, and that goes in, and Team Mobula tie it up.
Oh boy, just when you thought your lead was safe, just when you thought you were untouchable, Team Mobula, they get two there very quickly as well, and Crypto not able to get hands on that one and send it out wide. And so here we are, tied up 2-all. The boy Q, 1 minute remaining of regulation. What are these teams going to be able to do? Who wants to go through to that grand final?
Going to be a test for sure. You can already see on the scoreboard, both teams have been able to find themselves some success. Both defense have also been able to show some prowess at times, but it's 50 seconds left. And one of these two teams looking to try and score one before going into that golden goal opportunity. Lazy Bear sends it back towards the midfield line towards Crypto, who's got a full gas tank, trying to see if they can move things forward. Rubik's off the back wall, looking to try and see if they can flip the script with BK Salen. Nice little pitch is a chance for them to try and move it up. Revsy, a touchdown. Nobody there to drill that home though.
Yeah, Rubik's having to keep it out. VK almost trying to keep it out, but there's just the open goal here for Leoro. And Rubik's with a nice little pop forward there as well, set that up. Everyone from Drift Queens a little bit too high up here, and Crypto not getting the read there as well. Can't get that last save. I don't know here, your boy Q with 23 on the clock. Drift Queens are gonna hope to pray for a miracle.
Gotta keep in mind, that's now 3 unanswered for Team Mobula. Drift Queens, they gotta find a response here. It'd be a very unfortunate way to lose game 1. You had the control for so long before the Giant decides to wake up and show up here. And if they show up this early in game number 1, you gotta be a little concerned if they already made the adjustments that are needed to be able to find the success against this Drift Queens defense. The Oro trying to slow down this attack. Crypto has one last chance here. Rule 0, ball in the air. The Oro's going to send it to the opposite side. They're looking to find a way to get this ball down onto the ground. Revsy has a full tank as well as Lazy Bear. They might be able to make some sort of magic happen. Look at this, another touch. Crypto has nothing in the tank but sends it forward, but eventually the ball touches the ground, and Team Mobula take game number 1.
And I must admit, what a passage of play they're coming out from Drift Queens, just to be able to hold that ball in the dying seconds. Yeah, your boy Q, Reevesy and Crypto keeping that one alive, looking for that last ditch attempt, but got pushed down there by Leoro. And there's demos as well coming out from Team Mobula as well, 5-1 as well. It's a nice little physical game coming out here from Mobula.
Yeah, you know, we had been talking in the green room the last couple of days, wondering if the kind of dominant sort of play, the aggression that we'd been seeing from VK Salen in the Swiss stage, if it would continue. It continued yesterday, and it's clearly going to continue here today. 4 demos in game number 1 to really be able to buy the space for the rest of the team to move that ball here forward. Team Mobula starts things off a little slow out the gates, but they are able to respond with 3 straight goals, and they take game number 1.
Yeah, and as you said, kind of that mid-game adjustment had taken place there for Team Mobula as well, right? So yeah, out the gates, maybe a bit too slow, but it's a 100-meter dash, and they got to the end there in a perfect fashion. Your boy Q, so only 1 goal difference, but that's enough to win a game, and so they take game 1 here in our best of 7. That Crypto shot there, just that read, 123 from, I think it was Lazy Bear that popped it upfield there. And so just nice shots coming at you from both sides, Q. But at the end of the day, when the timer runs down, you got to have the highest score.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think if you're Drift Queens, you're really pressing like the emergency button or anything just quite yet. I mean, for a good, decent portion of the game, you were there neck and neck. A little bit of an unfortunate goal for goal number 3 for Team Mobula, if we're being quite honest, right? Kind of caught with your hands in the cookie jar just a little bit. You got to make the adjustments. 5 minutes on the clock. 0's rolled back for the scoreboard here. Let's get down to game number 2. Leoro moves the ball forward for Team Mobula. They're going to try and find themselves some room, but a little bit of a team bump does allow for Drift Queens to get the control, but it's only temporary as you do see get sent back towards the midfield.
And VK for Crypto. Oh, that was close there. Crypto wanting to send that one straight down the field, though. But VK, just that pace here from Mobula, able to try and win the 50s, cut out any plays that Drift Queens want to be able to string together. Lazy Bear as well, not able to push that one forward as well. And Crypto not flying with too much boost as he also gets demoed there on the wall. And VK sending it down, finds Rubik's. Back to VK. Oh, it's close. It's so close. Kept out again by the crossbar.
Ospar, the most valuable post, the MVP, has really been coming into play now on both sides here of the field. A big boom clear down the other side. The over the last line defense. Crypto able to at least keep the ball down here, but no one really for Drift Queens able to get the control. You see a couple of taps trying to advance the ball forward, but nothing really seizing the control for the squad. This is going to be a clear across the other side. VK Salin chases it down, really making sure to be a pest, trying to make it as hard as they can for the Drift Queens to get up out of their zone. It's the Oro in the sky, looking for VK Salin off the post. Rubik's off the rebound, bang. Team Mobula on the board first.
Oh, and just it hits that post again. You think Team Mobile is going to be kept out here at bay. VK Selling goes to that woodwork, but Rubik's with a follow-up there as well. It's hanging around. And Team Mobile, they get the opening score here in game 2Q. It's just that, I think, that relentlessness here of Team Mobile as well. They want to make sure they camp in your defensive third. They want to give anything away, right? They're quick enough to get back if they need to. And so they hang around for opportunities like that. And Rubik's, he finds the perfect one.
I think relentless is a really good word to use there, to be honest, Muzz. I mean, you see a team that has no problem pushing forward, but Drift Queen's going to come back down the field, says, you know what, we can do that too. Pushes back, able to hit him with a haymaker, and we're all of a sudden tied up at 1.
Oh, a nice little double there coming out from Reevesy. Crypto actually would have gone for it as well, but he did get bumped by one of the defenders. And so one apiece here between these two teams. They're really spicing things up in SSA at the moment. And Crypto wants to be able to hold this back, try to get away from VK. VK Salin really making himself a bit of a menace here on the pitch at the moment. Rubik's up for that one. No pinch for Laserbear. Bioro out for VK. Just going to run down the wall here, see what happens as well. Maybe takes a bit of a wide shot though. Reevesy will be able to punt that one out. Bioro. Is it a pass? Rubik's looking for the double. Maybe can get it, but Laserbear off that back wall.
And now Team Mobula is going to have to retreat back. You can see Leoro trying to chase this thing down, able to get the control, has a whole bunch of gas in the tank to try and control it from the sky, but Crypto able to pick the pockets, still has a little bit to work with in the sky, able to get it past the one, but it's Leoro moving in for the save. Crypto now off the sidewall, does have Lazy Bear in the middle of the field if he wants to use him. I think looking for a little bit of a reset, going to go for the opposite side where there is Lazy Bear back past the Revsy, looking for a touch off the wall, but Leoro sent it back to mid.
Everyone's just kind of sitting pretty with their equalized goals at the moment here. No one. Okay, well, as you say that, just a tiny sliver of hope for Team Mobula, and Leoro will be able to take it as well. He just slices that thread through the needle.
I hate to say it, but that one's on you, my guy. That's the caster's curse coming through in its truest form, and it's Team Mobula now going to be in the lead, 2-1. But Drift Queens do have plenty of time. We're right around that midway point here in game number 2. Crypto tries to drop this thing under BK Salin. Lazy Bear follows it up, but not really enough to be able to push past the defense. A second effort from Rubik's is going to send this thing deep into that Drift Queens territory. Lazy Bear, though, a very quick flip of the pitch in the sky, under 1. Leoro, though, able to pick those pockets. Revsy, the last line of defense, he's able to send it towards VK Salin. If he can bump Crypto, there's a chance. This ball is dropping down, but Lazy Bear with the save.
Yeah, it's just, again, those backboard reads here coming up from Drift Queens as well. They make sure they always want to clear that backboard. Don't want to get dunked on here or any double touches coming out from Team Mobile as well. And Crypto, Reevesy doing a pretty standard job of that as well, making sure they just hang around, have the patience to clear that ball and make sure there's no dunks coming out. Especially, I think we've seen Rubik's and Leoro like to play those kind of from the sky balls and bring it down on your head here as well. Crypto looking to do the same thing. Nice little catch by Rubik's as well. Gets over 1. Can he push it? Nice little pop-up by VK.
Numbers.
Just this transitional plays here from Mobile doing so well. Shot on. Oh, close there for Rubik's.
See, they're trying to go for the bump to still keep the ball down here on this side. They got to retreat back to the defense. Pass back to Rubik's. That sends it towards the midfield line. The Oro, a second touch. VK Salin might be able to get here. Left off for Rubik's, though. Back pass over towards that midfield line. Now it's Rubik's. Look at the team play. Looking for the third over on the far side, but the Oro knew they didn't have the speed, weren't going to be able to get there. Commits the rotation back to defense, put them in perfect place to field the ball, and once again, it's Team Mobula keeping the pressure down. It's hard for the Drift Queens to find themselves any success on offense when they're sitting in their back half all this time.
Oh, that was close. Leoro almost just capitalizing on all that pressure you mentioned as well. Well, that one probably should not have gone in at all. The slowest shot you're ever going to see at 38 kph as well. I think Reeves is just there in the box as well. He's been bumped. He can't recover there as well on that near post, your boy Q. And yeah, 2-1 at the moment. Sorry, 3-1 with the 2-goal difference. It's shots like that probably just shouldn't go in as well. But there's a man from Mobula that's causing that interruption in the box though. So
Yeah, I mean, they're spending so much time down there. They've also done quite a good job of controlling boost. That's something that we've seen this squad be able to do multiple times. Big boom, big bang. Lazy Bear says, you know what? Let's cut this thing down to 1. And with 36 seconds here left, we're back to a ball game, folks.
Yeah, and it just comes from that crypto stop as well, right? He's in the box, he gets the clear, he punts it out to Laserbear. Laserbear's waiting perfectly. Nice little long field goal. Everyone from Mobile is up high. And so we're back within 1. Game 2, a bit stressful for both sides here as well. Nice high-scoring games as well. We saw DQ yesterday. 1 goal difference there the whole way through in that limitless victory. Zero. Oh, close as well. Has it kept up by Laserbear. 1 more shot here from Rubik. Kept out there again. Almost Mobile extending the lead. Zero holding it down here on the halfway line. Laserbear gonna pop that as well. Bit of a loose ball here. No one wanted to grab onto this one. Rlcs for crypto, but for VK Salen. Nice. Cut out there by Laserbear again, but still down by 1. DQ. Need to do something incredibly quick though if they want to try to get the equalizer. Rlcs. Ball got kept up really well in game 1. Can they do it in game 2 as well? VK looking to pop this one down. It's gonna die. There it is. Game 2 done.
There it is. Team Mobile going to win the first 2 here. The question now starts to linger of when do the Drift Queens decide to use that timeout? We often see sometimes after losing the first 2, that's the time to pull the trigger. Doesn't look like they're to go for it just quite yet. When you look at the scoreboard here that's on screen, though, you might be able to consider why. Remember, we talked about how close game 1 was. Game 2, pretty well the same thing, man. Feels like maybe you get a different bounce here or there, maybe get a different roll off of the post. Maybe that one goes in the Drift Queen's favor. It feels like it's close, but I almost wonder if you lose a third, if it's too late to call a timeout. What's your thoughts, Muzz?
Yeah, I mean, we usually kind of see those early timeouts, right? And I definitely think if we see DQ lose game 3, there's going to be that timeout called Q as well. See, all those demos going to Team Mobile as well. There are about 6 of them. So just those physicality where they're kind of getting rid of those DQ players, but it doesn't seem like they're scoring off of those opportunities, right? It's coming from that high ball, beating on those back walls, and just, man, I don't know, demos during the kind of middle section of play, right? Just getting rid of any Drift Queen player, maybe making sure the passes, you know, can find each other cleaner between Sele and Rubik's and Leoro. And yeah, it's working out. But yeah, no timeout called, so.
Right on in for game number 3. Maybe they don't want to, you know, cool things down a little bit. I feel like maybe they, you know, saw towards the end of that match that things were turning around slightly. Maybe that's a motivating factor for them. But man, you go into game 3. I think the big thing you got to make sure that you're watching out for, you mentioned the demos. One thing that we've seen from the Spaniards, I mean, across a couple of different teams, they love to play fast and they love making sure that you disappear into a puff of smoke, which unfortunately makes things really tough when they're already in your defensive third. So they got to keep their head on a swivel.
Yeah, you definitely do, Ronnie. Even it's just those bumps in the box. Where so Reeves, he couldn't make that near post save because he's getting smashed in the box there, and so it's just that physicality here from Mobile as well. That just makes sure you can't do what you need to do.
Let's get down to it. Game number 3. Let's see if Drift Queens can try and turn things around. Otherwise, they're going to be in that dangerous territory. Going to be having to look at the reverse sweep, and of course, in a long series like a best of 7, it's quite the tall ask. It'd really help if you can at least get yourself 1 here. It's going to be Revsy at least able to relieve some of this pressure. A demo from VK Salen puts it right back in their lap, though. Crypto needs to stop this, otherwise Rubik's has a wide open net, and Team Mobile going to be on the board and only takes 26 seconds.
Oh, just that wall play there coming up from Leoro as well. You think it's going to be cut out by Reeves and Lazy Bread. Beautiful kind of rebound and pass. Finds Rubik's. Rubik's with the perfect read on that shot there. Q and Mobile, they love to go 1-up early in the series as well and just show the dominance that they can come with as well. Yeah, good catch by Rubik's. Not going to let this go into his half whatsoever. And Crypto going to get up into the air. He wants to try, see what can be done with this as well. It's over 1 though. Leoro on that back ball. Not going to let him pass much further.
Leoro read that thing like a book, and now it's Team Mobile trying to turn defense into offense. Lazy Bear jumps the passing lane, has the control down here on this Team Mobile side. Unfortunately, no boosto. VK Salen takes out Crypto. VK Salen takes out Lazy Bear, choosing violence and leaving everyone on the bench here. That's going to be a pinch that goes the opposite way. Crypto trying to see if they can keep the control, but unable to do so.
Waking up and choosing violence. That's Team Mobile here. They are getting out all the physicality out here on the field. Reevesy for Crypto. Oh, Crypto not able to get a hand onto that one. Rubik's going to set it downfield. VK Salen waiting patiently to try poach that one. Leoro to get the shot on the Lazy Bear. Keeping him out of bay off that back wall. Doing so well off that backboard here. Drift Queen as well. Sometimes it works, sometimes not always. Rubik's with the shot. Lazy Bear keeping it out yet again. And Leoro looking to fight from that corner. Infield pass from VK is going to go by himself. It's close though, kept out again by LazyBear, shot by Leo, kept out by Crypto. One more attempt, kept out again.
They're still able to keep the pressure down. They've got all this space, and if you look on the left side of your screen until LazyBear picked up that big boost, nobody had gas in the tank. You got to get this clear. You got to get the space. Yeah, it's a beautiful shot with not enough oomph, but at least you allow your defense to rotate back, full tanks once again. And now you can really try and lock things in. We've got 2 minutes gone by. You got to find some way to get out of your defensive zone and start applying some pressure on the offensive half. You've only found one shot, get anywhere close to the net.
Drift Queens already with their 4 saves a year. Q, they've just been pressured there the whole entire time here by Team Mobile as well. Leoro is going to look for a little bit more as well. They want to extend that lead. LazyBear has to go for that one. Drop down. Ooh, close there. And Reevesy had to clear that one else. I mean, dangerous territory as well. Nice long ball as well. Everyone committed to that. About 4 players crossing swords just to be able to get in on that action. Popped up here from VK. Anyone going to follow up here as well to slow down the play. He wants to sit down in the middle at least. He does have Leo with a full tank boost. He wants to bring it down, but Crypto already looking to cause that interference. Nice active defense here coming out from Drift Queens. They understand when Team Mobile like to play up in the air and they want to cut that out.
Hey, you know what? I'll give credit to the Drift Queens defense all day long, man. We've seen a bunch of pressure from Team Mobile, and they've only surrendered 1 goal. But what we got to do is find some way to get some offense going here, man. You've got 1 minute and 55 seconds, and it doesn't feel like we spent any time down on the opposite half of the pitch. When you do, it's for maybe 10, 15 seconds at the time. We do see Crypto gets a demo, and even with that, you still have too much pressure from Team Mobile. They've still got the control down here on this side of the field. It just feels like Drift Queens have their backs against the wall.
Backs against the wall, no room to move, no room to play, stuck in their own half here. Crypto, okay, let's see if this allows him with a bit of space as well. He wants to play it as well, can't get past VK Salen though. Kept up by Rubik's as well, and just that small opportunity coming for the Drift Queens. Reevesy, also full 10 of the boost, wants to play with it as well, gets the flip, gets down, so close, but Rubik's again waiting in the box, keeps him out. These opportunities, few and far in between for Drift Queens.
Few and far in between, but they have been getting closer. But VK Salen, bigger, faster, stronger, punches this one home here. Didn't even need to get the big boost, but does enough of being a nuisance up here. The second effort, and Team Mobile now going to be up by 2 with 64 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, talk about running through someone, right? Just VK Salem put all his weight behind that shot as well. Muscles through 2 Drift Queens players there as well. Extends the lead here for Mobile, gets that too. And oh, everyone crisscrossing that one as well. LazyBear almost maybe opportunities slipping through the fingers, and VK were able to send this one downfield. Now they're sitting comfy with the 2-goal lead. Can they make it 3 as well? VK looking to get a pass in field. It's going to cut out chat by the Drift Queen players. LazyBear, Crypto as well. Can't beat out Rubik's though. Quick to the ball, and Crypto, yeah, in his own corner, but Leora as well. Good positioning on that ball. Won't get that shot though because LazyBear can be able to send it downfield. VK as well, been instrumental in just leading the pack here for Team Mobile.
Oh, there's going to be a demo from Revsy, which might be able to be enough to give them a little bit of opportunity. You got 20 seconds though. You need to score now, and then you need a miracle off the kickoff. Otherwise, Team Mobile going to be 1 game away from securing themselves a spot in the grand final. And with 10 seconds left, it's just about curtains here in game number 3. And for the Drift Queens, their shot count being limited to just 3 here. Drift Queens are going to have to find some way to hit a complete 180 here and turn things around if they want to keep their story alive for our qualifier number 4 in SSA.
Well, we're going to see if they do take that timeout though, Q, because you asked at the end of game 2, it's the end of game 3, you're down by 3 as well. We also head into that series point here, right? You can lose 4-0. And so do we see Drift Queens? They're calling that very, very important timeout. Not just yet. And we see those goals and assists. They're both heavily swayed here towards Team Mobile.
Yeah, it felt like of the 3 games thus far, this is the one that's really kind of started skewing more towards the side of Team Mobile, just as far as the pressure and the control and how much time we spent down on that blue half of the pitch. Really surprised that we are not seeing the timeout here. Maybe it's just one of those things where you're not sure what the adjustments are that need to be made, but I feel like even then, you take the timeout, you get the nerves under control, and maybe, just maybe, you kind of ice the kicker a little bit. You start to cool down the momentum that has started building over on that orange half of the pitch, because it's got to be something, because if you continue to do the same thing over and over again and expect different results, Well, that's the definition of insanity.
Yep, 100% right. And yep, there we go. Doesn't seem to be any call at the moment as well. So we're heading straight here into Utopia Coliseum. And well, we've seen gutsy moves here before, your boy Q, and it seems Drift Queens, they're feeling very gutsy today as well. No timeout called. They feel like they got ice in the veins. They want to keep the momentum running. Maybe the pit stop just wasn't necessary. They understand the vision. They could beat Limitless yesterday. They can beat Mobile today. Yeah, why take the time?
I'll tell you what, I love the confidence, but we need to see that confidence be able to translate out on the pitch, because again, that last game, probably the furthest of the three away from a real tug of war. I think if we would have seen, game 3 had been what we saw in games 1 or 2, maybe I understand it a little bit more. But you know what? Let's go ahead. We got all 6 players out on the pitch. The clock's got 5 minutes on it. Let's see if Drift Queens can turn things around. Off the kickoff, and it's going to go off the post. Rebound from Remzi, and the Oro gets the save as well. And Team Mobile's defense shuts down any sort of quick goal opportunity.
Oh, and we thought Crypto there was going to come in with an absolute banger as well, though. Got kept out. And Lazybear looking for a little bit more here as well. Crypto from that same corner. He's going to try to find Reeves here in the third man position. Oh, nothing sticking here for the Drift Queens as well. Rubik's ready mounting that big counter attack as well. They're looking for the second touch. Lazybear, though, having to keep it out here. And once again, Team Mobile, they like to apply this early pressure. They like to score early as well. And so Drift Queens going to take that timeout. Is it going to be something that they're going to ask themselves later on? Should we have, as VK said, takes that shot?
I feel like if you have it in your pocket, you might as well, but unfortunately, no more time to debate that. They've got a pretty good job as far as in the first 45, 50 seconds or so. They've been able to limit Team Mobile to just the one shot. There's going to be the second there, but I mean, it still feels like Team Mobile, they feel comfortable, they feel calm, they feel collected. You got to find some way to start disrupting the offense. That way you can start setting up some sort of semblance of offense on the other half of the field.
And Reevesy to Lazybear still want to hold into that position as well. Just no one collecting from that passing attempt into the midfield as well. Reevesy, Crypto both have to get back as well. VK sailing though. He's pushing him from that corner. My goodness. Deadly shot. Rubik's also takes some potential deadly shot as well. Do they have Leoro coming in hot? Again, that defense here from Drift Queens just keeping them out. And Rubik's gets a small pinch onto the ball. Looking for a second touch. VK makes it up for Leoro. It's a bit of a hard one as well here. It's the counter from Reevesy though. No one quick enough as Leoro gets that catch. Make sure just to keep them safe at the back there as well. Almost dangerous territory for Team Mobile.
And I think you had mentioned it earlier about for Team Mobile, how they have the ability to put so much pressure, but still seem to always be there on the defensive rotation. We saw just that. They are so quick. VK Salen had the demo in the backfield, pushes the field for the shot, and Team Mobile going to be the first on the board once more in game number 4.
Oh, you actually love the pop-up there from Rubik's as well, and he has the opportunity to take the shot there, but he just stalls, and then he's like, yeah, VK is sailing, get that dunk, dude, don't stress as well. You just kind of love it, right? The quick comms coming at you from Team Mobile. Anyone can shoot, they hand it off to VK. He wants to get in on that action as well. Rubik's, oh, almost from that right-hand side, though, kept up by Reevesy.
Oro trying to move this ball here forward. VK Salen keeps it alive in the zone. You can see touches that keep going high off the backboard. At this point, trying to play keep away. Lazybear jumps the passing lane, keeps the pressure forward. But Rubik's does a very good job setting it towards the corner, slowing down the pressure. VK Salen gets a bump, which allows for Team Mobile to now have the control. It's left under for Rubik's. Rubik's bangs it home, and Team Mobile double up their lead.
Euro, just this nice little coast to coast, takes the whole way down the field, shows off the aerial prowess. Rubik's able to get that last shot there as well. And yeah, Team Mobile, they're cooking out at the moment. And of course, sitting here on series point Q, they have the potential to go 4-0 here in our semi-finals. And wouldn't that be a grand way to win?
It would be a phenomenal way to win. This is a squad, as I said at the top, they've only lost 2 games all weekend long, and I think it looks like they are determined to try and see if they can keep that record sitting right around there as far as in the L column for the rest of the day, trying to wrap things up in 4 straight games here. 2 minutes here left on the clock, and they have wrapped up their spot into the grand finals. For the Drift Queens, they got to find something here, man. I mean, they've got 3 shots. They've looked decent. Their defenses look phenomenal, but when their defense is always in their half, it's just so hard to get anything going, any sort of momentum in the offensive half.
Yeah, but tough here. Crypto wants to take that shot by himself as well. Reevesy looking for that pinch onto the wall. And won't be able to beat out Rubik's. Doesn't have anything in the tank, however, as well. And Reevesy with that Savior medal as well. So it just shows you again all the pressure being applied here from the Team Mobile side here onto the Drift Queens. And Crypto will find Reevesy with the shot there as well. Laserbear's getting up the wall though. Is going to be able to push the... Will it be enough to push that ball forward? But VK sailing there, holding on to that one and almost taking that shot on. Seems just again a lot of stress here felt by the side of Drift Queens, where they always seem to be on that back foot.
Always on their back foot, which means it's so hard to find a way to establish any sort of footing on the other side. VK sailing, you can see bumping, being annoying down here, doing everything they can to delay this clear and an eventual counterattack that comes from Drift Queens. But not much, if anything, of a threat towards the net. Now a pass towards the midfield. Revsy gets met by Leoro. Crypto keeping things alive, but no boost in the tank to be able to keep the pressure. Lazy Bear gets a touch, but same sort of story. No boost though. Revsy, a shot towards the net. It's a lob up there. Crypto dropping it down, but no one to follow it up for the Drift Queens.
13 shots to 6 as well, just kind of by the way, right? And Team Mobile, they are going absolutely ham sandwich there on the defense of Drift Queens as well. But Drift Queens, always able to pull it back if they need to as well. Just need to find that magic thing that sets them apart. VK, oh my goodness. And you thought Lazy Bear was going to be able to make that save, and at the last second, VK says, no thank you, I'm going to pop this one up.
I was about to point out with a 10-second rule and a 2-second lead that it was already going to be tight. But with a third goal here, I got to be honest, Muzz, the math just ain't mathing to me right now. It looks like Team Mobile going to secure their spot in the grand finals with yet another sweep. They were determined to try and set a standard and prove a point. And now they'll get to sit and lie in wait and kind of see what it is that their opposition is going to be bringing to the table in this next semifinals matchup.
Yeah, absolutely dominating series. Yeah, coming up from Team Mobile, they go 4-0 here. Your boy Q, those unanswered goals from game one that you mentioned, right? They had to come back against the Drift Queens, but back they did. And so they make their way through to that grand final, and they'll be waiting for Astronic or the Unknown Goats.
I feel like this game here just kind of shows that the strength of this Team Mobile squad, right? Because yeah, they were a little slow out the gate. Maybe it was more so because they were trying to, kind of read the opposition on the side of the Drift Queens, since this is a team that was able to eliminate Limitless, right? But once game 2 came around, yeah, it was a little closer, but then games 3 and 4, it was Team Mobile's game, and the Drift Queens were really just playing in it. What a way to really set the tone to start off Championship Sunday.
Mobile just seemed to run away with it, and it was surprising. I thought, Drift Queens might be able to start figuring out the game plan or, finding their way to the back of the net. But the Mobile defense was insane. Man, they were constantly on top of it. And then I was actually busy chatting in the green room with the guys, and the ability and the tenacity to keep going forwards as well was, I think, a big defining factor here. When Mobile was on the attack, they were all in. Not in an overcommitting way, but they were there. They didn't have any boost, and they were in the corner. Doesn't matter. I'm still going to go there, and I'm still going to get a 50, and I'm going to try to pop it out. And even on the defense, when they had to now try and get themselves backwards, someone was running interference. Someone was just buying time for the teammates to rotate around. And I mean, Q, let's go back to you on this one. That sort of play style, man, must be so difficult to try and deal with for anyone. And we're seeing, Limitless struggled against DQ. DQ had no chance here.
Yeah, I mean, Team Mobile, I feel like Muzz said it earlier on in the cast, relentless was their attack, and it's just the best way to explain it, man. You feel like there's nothing that you can do. There were at times you're working with 12, 24, maybe if you're lucky, 3 pads, right? That's it. And then you mentioned that rotation on the back end too. If they happen to get caught maybe just a little too far forward in one big booming clear, whoever's back first always does such a good job of sending it to the side or the corner, allowing the rest of the rotations to come in. It's just so hard to find any sort of counterattack against that style.
I mean, Muzz, this was an interesting thing. We highlighted previously VK Salen as being the demo chaser on the side. Not like all the time, but every single rotation out seemed to be trying to claim a target. And I mean, in that, I think it was game number 2, still picking up 4 more demos there, really padding the stats. Pretty much consistently leading demos for the side. That has got to be disrupting to your team, who's already pushed to a knife's edge against what feels like 12 people on the field against you.
Yeah, just a good set of bumps and physical plays coming out there from Team Mobile, right? You can't defend against this team when you've got one missing player, right? And I think again we go to Reevesy on that near post, right? He could make a save. It's one of those clinical saves you've made 100 times. You bumped in the box, you're too deep in, ball's going to be flying into the back of your net, right? And that's just Team Mobile in a nutshell, right? Just fast play that comes at you, that just keep bombarding you. And if they can get a chance to get a bump, they do so. And yeah, oh my, what, one game with like 6 demos from them, I think it was, game 2 or 3. That was just them in a nutshell.
So, potent offense, impenetrable defense, disrupting plays, tenacity, fast pace, great mechanics. I mean, that's starting to rack up quite a list of things to go against, and I think it's going to be a very tough finals for whoever meets up against them. But it is Mobile managing to make their way through to that grand finals. Again, a pretty much uncontested side from start to finish right now. Well done to them. DQ are out of the competition. It's still a valid effort, and top 4 is a fantastic result nonetheless. We've said even top 8 or top 16 was an impressive benchmark for the weekend. They're going to have to go back and rethink what SSA means to them. We're going to be going to a short break. In the meantime, guys, if you saw something you liked, there is a way for you to cast a vote. At the bottom of the screen right now, you'll see the ACGL driver of the day. Anyone who's made the biggest impact for their squad, head over to acgl.gg/votes and pick your person. If you are a person who likes a little bit of a give and take there, you also get some embers, a currency on the ACGL site that you can cash in for some cool goodies there. So make sure to go and have your voice heard. But we're going to go to a short break. We're going to come back with an interview from one of our players. We saw VK Salen yesterday. We'll see if he's the one who comes up again. But don't go anywhere. The other semi-final starts just after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Rubik's, to our post-match interview. GG's, well played, and congratulations for making Grand Final.
Thank you. Pleasure to be in the final. It's always good to be in the final.
Always good. I mean, you're used to that from Spain, right? When you played in the Spanish competitions, a lot of finals then, but now RLCS final, different stakes, but does it still mean the same to you?
Not really, because in Spain was like a different environment, you know, like here, it's just different. It's like we're getting people from here, so we there's like different perspectives.
Yeah, it's very difficult perspective, definitely. So let's talk about the competitiveness and let's talk about Drift Queens. What were your preparations sort of looking like for Drift Queens? Did you focus on anything in particular, or did you just trust your own game style?
Actually, we didn't have any strategy at all, like in any team, to be fair. Like, we just play with how we're feeling at the moment, you know? So whatever they do, we adapt to them, you know? So we do certain things that they don't, so we can score and, you know, get through their net. But other than that, we know them from Europe, you know, like Lazy Bear, Crypto.
Yeah.
They are OGs from Europe. So it's like their playstyle are kind of similar to us, and it was easier. Like, to be fair, I personally feel like Limitless was the hardest one, just because we don't really know how they play, you know? Like, they are good. You know, I mean, they are good players indeed, like everyone in here. But it's just different playstyle that we didn't know that they use, you know?
I mean, yeah, it seemed like also it got easier for you the longer you sort of played against Drift Queens. I mean, you conceded twice and then have them shut out. But I want to talk to you about Leoro, obviously still playing from Madrid, and you and VK, you're down there. Does that make any difference in how you want to play the game? Because Leoro is, it seems like, very, very aggressive, trying to be up front, and then you try to assist him most of the time with VK just splitting in the gaps. Is that how you want to approach each game, or is it just fluid again?
We need to adapt to his ping too, you know, like, depending on the ping, like VK and I can read balls, you know, or bounces that he can't. So we are getting advantage of that. So we just like let him chase, to put in some words, you know, like let him be aggressive, and then we just adapt to him, and I don't know, just trying to be like a whole team, even if he has ping.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no chance of Leoro coming down because university, right?
Yeah, because he's studying right now, so he can't leave.
Ah, unfortunate. But your coach, obviously you still have by Jesus with you, your coach, right? What sort of impact does he give? Because he also has a lot of experience, right?
Exactly. He has lots of experience, and he's a good coach, of course. And he's also like friends of us, like from many years ago. So it's like we have both, like professionally and, you know, like friendly, you know. So we're enjoying the experience, you know, like playing. We're enjoying it, but also like there's like that, you know, how close we are. It's easier to communicate, you know.
Yeah, of course, this makes everything easier. Then, okay, I've just got one final question for you, and that is, of course, you're in the grand final, but who do you want to play? Do you want to play Astronic? Do you want to play the other Spanish team? Do you want to play Torres, or do you want to play the Unknown Goats?
I don't really mind. I don't have any preference, to be fair. Like, I just want to play the finals, and that's it, you know.
Okay.
Whoever comes, well deserved.
Okay, so you're saying you're gonna beat everyone anyway?
I didn't say that, but I hope so.
Okay, that's brilliant. Thank you very much, Rubik. Thank you for coming on, and Alt, back to you.
What a genuinely nice answer that at the end of the day. We don't know, but we're here to play, and what we're really most focused on is playing our game, preparing the way we can. You know, they haven't tried to change their game style, and you can see that from people who are obviously playing together for such a long time. It really comes through at the fore then. Bromeo, this was a very interesting game because it kind of looked like there was no weaknesses in the side.
It was so well played. And look, I say that Mobile has been untested this entire time. It didn't look like they were being tested there either. And I'm hoping whoever makes it through to the grand finals to face them can show us, where Mobula's limits are, because right now they are looking so impressive.
Q, you weren't here on the predictions at the beginning of the day, but you're a very happy man right now. Look at that smile. I mean, you and Muzz are currently leading the track. Was this, considering the entire panel pretty much put Mobula here and chat had a 60%, only 60%, which is surprising. Do you think this was an easy prediction to make?
If we're being fair, I think it was an easy prediction to make just because of the style that Team Mobula just plays. I mean, we've seen it from really both of the Spaniard teams, but especially from Team Mobula. They'll just slowly walk you down the pitch and put your back up against the wall. I'm not going to lie. I thought for a second about maybe flipping my pick just to be different and hope for the upset. That kind of helped me separate from 3-2 yesterday with the Unknown Goats. I just couldn't do it, man. The way that Team Mobula has looked, dropping only 2 games, I wouldn't be surprised if they finished the qualifier with that, if we're being honest, Ult.
Well, we're now going into another one where the entire panel has voted one way, and you also didn't take a chance here. Astronic Skill Quest versus Unknown Goats, our second semi-final of the day here. And Unknown Goats, we said it was going to be the closest game of the day versus Snake's Den yesterday, and it ended up being a pretty one-sided affair. So, staying with you, Q, what makes this, again, such a one-sided competition, in our opinion, in our predictions anyway?
I mean, Astronic, they've looked so good. Team Mobula has looked great. Astronic, by the numbers, have through the Swiss bracket, and then you get up into the playoffs and the quarterfinals, and you haven't lost one yet either. It's hard to predict somebody to lose when they have literally shown you no sign that they know how to do so.
From here, talking about the squad, we obviously saw we went from a good team with Mario to an even better squad, it seems like now, with Torres. And I mean, that sort of impact, I don't know if you've got any stats or any ideas here in terms of your analysis of the Matrix here, of what exactly this team is doing so well. Why are they such a potent powerhouse?
Well, I got to put it down to this, is that they're playing fast Rocket League, and they're playing accurate Rocket League. And, the introduction of Torres into that team has been a really, really good move for them. As you can see, they haven't dropped a game since open qualifiers, where I think Straskibity took a game off them. And that is literally the only one. So it's very hard to vote against Astronic. Although, I must say, this is probably going to be a closer game than we've seen. But that said, I remember Glifty saying yesterday he doesn't scrim. So, I think Astronic might just be a little bit more prepared for this. And, statistically speaking, at least.
What's interesting about these stats that are currently on the screen is how high everything is. 3 goals a game for either side is massive, almost 10 shots per game. And even on the other side, the number of saves. And to me, Q, this kind of talks about a much more fluid play style. You're moving quickly, constantly around the field. You're there in offense, taking a couple of shots, and then you're quickly rotating back, covering your back lines, and then carrying on. What are you seeing out of this?
I mean, I think we know as far as over on the side of the Astronic, that, man, they are super quick, right? I think we've also seen at times that the Unknown Goats are as well. I do kind of have a little bit concerned with the Unknown Goats, wondering if they are trying to almost play into the same, strength of Astronic, if I'm being perfectly honest. But I'm going to be interested to see as far as the back and forth. I feel like their counterattacks on both sides are going to be some of the cleanest that we have seen throughout the tournament. It should be fun to watch, but man, again, with just how good Astronic has looked, I feel bad because I'm giving, no credit, I feel like, over to the Unknown Goats, even after I picked them yesterday. But, when you look at Bayerchu and the rest of the squad, I just can't go against them.
Well, Premier, we chatted to Glifton Moon yesterday in the interview after their semi-final win. He seemed pretty confident that they still have a really good chance here against Astronic. And obviously, with the introduction of Velocity there on the screen, he's made a massive impact. What do you think it is that Glifton Moon is seeing? They're a team that hasn't scrimmed, not at all, basically, and said that they were going to maybe this morning do some prep work on here. What is it that they've got that is a secret weapon waiting in the background?
Well, look, have a look at Velocity. He has been scoring on average over 1 goal a game every game. And this is actually an amazing stat point, is the fact that it's impossible to see the total goal scorer purely because Astronic has only played 13 games since Swiss, and the Goats have played 21, and that's almost half the amount of games played purely because they haven't dropped any, and that skews everything. So I can talk stats until they come out of my ears, but the biggest stat is they're just not losing, and until they do, we won't know exactly what it is, because they're just doing really, really well.
Yeah, I mean, that is the only stat that matters, right? I mean, it was bugged there on the overlay, but 100% win rate coming into this competition. And it's not the first time. You know, we said they went from a good team to a better team. They are currently tied for second position in the overall leaderboard, which means they have consistency. You can see it in the way they play, the way that they're following up on each other. That is a very big mark of a team that knows what they want to do. They've got their own defined play style, and we said it earlier today, having your own defined play style that's not based around just Limitless like a lot of the local teams had is such a potent part of it. But guys, we're going to be getting into our predictions now. If you want to be part of that, I have seen some people in chat already starting to cast their votes. It is up right now, the chat prediction, hashtag ASTR, or ASTR if you want to spell it out, or hashtag for the unknown goats. And very interested to see what you guys did. It has been a better day and maybe a little bit more of a predictable day, but let's get to our panel right now. Your boy Q, you've been leading it. You've put in your votes. How confident are you that Astronic has got this, and what sort of scoreline are you predicting?
I am super confident on Astronic here. I gave the Unknown Goats 1 just in the sense of I would love to see Astronic maybe drop one, almost a trap game of not expecting this to. But for Astronic, they have a goal in mind. They saw Limitless fall very, very early, and they know that now that inkling of a chance that they had to not only go to Major number 2, but also to Worlds, that chance increases with every round that you advance from here. Not just winning this one, but also the grand finals as well. They have the target in mind. They're going after it. Give me Astronic 4-1.
Romeo, coming to you now. You said Astronic as well. I'd like to hear your scoreline and what sort of scoreline you expect, and also what sort of scoreline do you think that Astronic would feel uncomfortable having to suffer if they still go through to the finals against a strong-looking Mobula side?
Look, I feel like next game is next game. Right now, I am sure that they'll be comfortable with a win no matter how it comes, but this Astronic skill quest that we're looking at right now is looking very strong, and they haven't been tested as much as some of the other teams, but their results speak for themselves. I can't see Unknown Goats taking more than a game or two off this. Could be more, could be less, but I also don't think we'll see more than game 5.
Well, you guys in the chat seem to be predicting the same sort of thing. 74% there, the way of Astronic there. Still some die-hard GOAT fans, but I'm going to have to agree with the rest of our panel. We're going into the game right now. Second semifinals here in the fourth qualifier. The Unknown Goats versus Team Astronic.
Here we go. Undefeated. Remain Astronic both in Swiss and playoffs as the Taurus edition sets up the skill quest well for a back-to-back grand final. While Astronic appear a mountain too high to climb, Goats are notoriously good at just that. Led by Velocity, they look to spoil a full Spanish final. Muzz, it's the second semifinal of the day. Well, let's get on with it.
You were still hot. Whoops.
Astronic, a foe that the desk are speaking very highly of, and for good reason. They have the most shots on average per game, and why not get it started early? The midfield pass from Anyelo out to Byrachu.
Yeah, and Yellow, nice. Oh, that beautiful pass over Clifton Moon's head there as well. And Clifton Moon yesterday telling us they don't really scrim too much. Competition has been easy, and they'll just take it as it comes. Well, if you take it as it comes, you get scored on like that. Byrachu opening up for us.
Well, let's keep it going. 1-0 Clifty Moon. They need to spoil the party somehow, right? Disruptions in the form of demolitions could certainly help. there's more to it than just that. A first step in the process of kicking Astronic out of their rhythm.
And ball up here loose. Glyph not able to get that dunk, bit of a soft one as well. Birachu keeping it out. Torres also has to keep it out. There it is, Agnello making sure that one is safe. And Chrono wants to get on the back of this with one as well. One have anything left in the tank to continue the play, so it doesn't get that dunk over Agnello's head. Torres is up, Birachu's up as well. Nice little active defense here, cutting out velocity. Agnello actually gets it them as well. Oh, Chrono! But Agnello, though, wants to look at that save, gets the last touch on that one.
We're a little too ecstatic about the save there, huh, Muzz? Two stepping over each other, Torres and Yellow. Neither get their footing grounded on the Chrono goal. Early equalizer here for the Unknown Goats.
And as you said, Goats very easily standing on the steepest of mountains. And Torres taking a shot there. And Yellow taking a shot. The nice little pop down. And the two in that Unknown Goats box. Not able to clear that one.
Looks like both these teams won a grand final spot, huh, Muzz? Shot and shot after goal and goal. It's looking beautiful so far. And, you know, funny enough, and Yellow there with the first goal, but an assist as well. And Yellow leads and assists this event. So expect that player right there to be setting up the plays continually for Astronic.
Well, when you do go unbeaten throughout the whole of Swiss and you finish 3-0, that's what happens there, Pyro J. Torres taking that ball forward there, but Glyph wants to be able to get rid of it. And Yellow for Birachu. Maybe it's going to go in. Oh, Velocity has to make that save. It almost looked a little bit too close for comfort, though. Velocity just waiting to shove that one out. And Yellow running this up the right field. A nice little pass inside, though. But he's not going to find Birachu because Birachu gets destroyed.
Oh, Chrono. Good shot just to test the defense here. Torres has the better of it. Birachu with a flick that does not connect. And Yellow on the follow. Oh, he's just bigger. Muscles that along the goal line.
No, that's how you do it. You have to boss your way through here, Birachu makes that nice little pop there for Agnello to pick it up. And Chrono can't do nothing about it. Again, two defenders there from Unknown Goats in the box. It just seems to be that kind of a story here of the series. Everyone's chilling in the box, waiting to make a save, and the ball still seems to get past you.
Velocity, flip reset gathered, and will fire the shot as well. This is the important thing about a team of Unknown Goats led by Velocity. He strings together so many opportunities that with that reset, it's a threat enough to get past two for the second goal.
Yeah, and I wonder if Velocity hasn't learned just, you know, a ton of things and tricks there from the MENA region. And, you know, of course, he's bringing it out now to SSA, and you can see it seems to be paying off. Oh, another one.
Another one batted away by Glyph Moon. And there's a breakaway that's running fast, a little too fast for Astronic Skullquest to keep up. Where's the defense today, Muzz? We got 6 goals in 2 minutes.
My goodness. Well, listen, you know what? It's a fan esport, Pyro J. Everyone wants tons of goals. Why not make it 6 in game 1 like that? And yeah, as you said, where's the defense, right? Chrono able to get a nice little easy open goal there as well. Torres finding Chrono. Chrono maybe looking for another one. He's going to pop it infield. He gets someone. Birachu, though, hanging on the wall, getting out. Over Glyph Moon's head. It's going all the way back into the Unknown Goats defense. And, Astronic here, I just want to maybe slow that down a bit. You see Torres with that catch and pinch.
All right, well, it's Chrono to follow this, and they're going to give it this one up. Unknown Goats, they're trying to string along a nice counterattack, especially with these long clears and passes to the sidewall, but without the right touches, they're not going to get it towards the net. So still finding their footing here in this game, especially on the counterattacks, are Unknown Goats. Strung along a couple, but maybe not as many as they'd like to. Birachu pops this up high, forehand Yellow. It's at the midfield line. Velocity versus Torres. Who wins this battle? Velocity, for now, 50-50. Goes away with Chrono. Back pass over to Glyph Moon. He's going to miss. Birachu splits the defense and gets the lead back.
Oh, and that's what you love to see, right? Astronic just waiting for that counter. You know, Chrono can't get over the midway he has. Birachu comes in from deep, though, that third man position. Sends it home. Obviously, everyone from Unknown Goats a bit too high up for that one. You know, it's basically just going to be this give and take here, Pyro J. We're going to score, you know, then you're going to score, and no one's going to be back at home, and we're just going to see where it ends up after 5 minutes, and maybe we have 10 goals on the scoreboard.
It's a back and forth that maybe Astronic Skullquest aren't too used to. They haven't dropped a single game all event, and then Yellow has no plans of doing so.
Nope, no plans of doing so as well. He's camping there on the Unknown Goat's half as well. Nice little forward pass there by Byrachu. So we heading toward those 10 goals here at the moment, Pirate J. Why not? Why not? Within already, 4 minutes of game, Chrono out to Velocity as well. They want to try bring this one back as well. Chrono doesn't get that hit and Gift Moon. Not able to follow up, so Byrachu wants to try get more. He can. Maybe he can. Oh, but Gift Moon keeps the one out.
Ooh, and Yellow won the beat here as the Unknown Goats are trying to control this defensive structure. Velocity loves faking that air dribble down to the ground play. Torres doesn't mind it. Able to cut it off this time. Byrachu off the backboard. There's in Yellow for the follow. It's gold.
Yeah, you spoke about all of those assists coming out, right? But Byrachu, he's already put in 3 here, taking 7 shots himself as well. And just so much offensive pressure being put down here by Astronic Skill Quest and Yellow. 4 goals, 3 shots. So man's cooking up front here, but being assisted though by Torres and Byrachu, and that's important, right? It's still a team game.
Byrachu is such a great enforcer in the game. For the most part, dominant in the skies. Will air dribble, flip, reset, musty flick immediately. Doesn't care, right? And Unknown Goats, they've kind of offered that space. So it's allowing Byrachu to work their magic in the skies and get nearly that backboard pass for someone to follow up on. Those follow-ups have to be foreseen by Unknown Goats. It feels like there's not enough time, though, to get 3 goals to tie this game up. Astronic Skill Quest, maybe just too many goals for Unknown Goats to keep up with. They've got to save this one as well. Long clear out to Glifty Moon. Can't turn and shoot on this. There's a shot on target denied by Torres.
Oh man, and Torres just absolutely banging that one out there. But Glifty Moon almost getting that 4th there for Unknown Goats as well. Torres with the counter. Glifty Moon though has to keep the one out as well. And, Astronic Skill Quest don't really need to be scoring now at the moment. 7-3 through and Yellow, and again that assist by Byrachu.
They don't need to, Muzz, but they will. Here's the thing about Astronic. They have 13 shots registered this game, and people might be raising an eyebrow. Wow, double-digit shot count. That's overload. Their average in the entire main event per game is 13. They have the most shots per game out of any team this event and the highest shooting percentage. They are a lethal, efficient, and productive team, and so much so that it takes back Unknown Goats to a level they cannot meet. Game 1 well in favor of Astronic.
Still up. Maybe someone's looking for an 8th goal as well. Velocity, Torres. There we go. Pushing it down. Wants to go to the locker room. Game 1 done and dusted. And yeah, Astronic Esports Skill Quest. Ooh, Pyro J. They just made it look real good.
Yes, very good indeed. Nothing different really coming out of Astronic Skill Quest. This is a team who's just firing on all cylinders. This is the thing about them. Torres and Byrachu, right? They have the highest average score, shot, and goal count as well. They're just an offensive, attacking team. And for a lot of squads, if you score...
What happened to the audio?
Oh, God. You're still hot.
So many shots being taken by the team. They've got that shooting percentage. They've got that accuracy as well. When they shoot, it does hit the mark. That's important, right? We've seen a lot of woodwork this weekend as well. That crossbar keeping out a lot of teams. So when you do shoot, I think having that kind of 35% upward accuracy, you need it, right, Pyro J? You can't just kind of hope for woodwork. You can't hope for the crossbar down. It has to be dead in center and nailed.
It tests the Unknown Goats defense in a very unique way because whenever shot is on target, you have to pick and choose your battles. You have to make sure there's cohesion on the defensive line. You can only send one. You cannot send 2. That follow-up will be just as lethal as the first one is. And, we've talked a lot about the aerial gameplay as well. Byrachu owning the skies as well as Torres and in Yellow just kind of having that solid follow-up. I'd like to see more presence in the air from Unknown Goats to challenge those efforts before they proceed.
Well, game 2, Forbidden Temple. We need to see Unknown Goats bring it back. Well, there they can. Chrono, he's going to open it one up through the skies.
And this is what I asked for. Chrono says, ask and you shall receive. You want me to dominate the ceiling? I'll do just that. A lot of time off the kickoff. Players struggle to have the resources available to make a play like that, but Chrono uses every last bit of the boost to get that ceiling opener.
Well, Parajay, you wanted to get the action. Unknown Goats bringing us the action. And Cliff the Moon, maybe almost getting that pass in for a second as well, but kept up by Baratune on defense here again. Gonna push it out wide, try to get the collect. Chrono there, velocity there as well. Infield, Barachu again, cutting out the play, cutting out the pass and play. Cliff the Moon wants to get that action over Daniello. He's gonna run it all the way upfield though. Tank is empty. Does he have someone to follow up? He does. Barachu, maybe get in a second, but Cliff the Moon yet again. Have to play from that backboard though, just to keep them out.
Love that from Torres. Challenges in the midfield and lands on their own backboard. There's always an extra layer of that defense from Astronic Skill Quest. They not only score a lot, but they contend against the opposition's shots well as well. Glifty Moon tries pinching it or getting some kind of poke off the corner, but is punished for it. Off the map, and a shot from Velocity will not connect, and Yellow has Byrachu as an option here, pops it high off the ceiling. The follow should be there. No, Chrono finds a way out. Velocity with the take as well, and I'll hand it to Unknown Goats. When they do get those clears, there's almost always somebody upfield getting the bumps, demos, or ready for a pass.
Yeah, I was going to say, good catching opportunities always coming out there for Unknown Goats, but Byrachu gets up in there. We saw him being that enforcer from game 1. Well, he wants to do the same here again in game 2.
Wow.
Almost looks for that bump as well.
Byrachu. The near solo play, the air dribble past one, and then how do you even challenge the ball after that? Byrachu covering the angle to make the save. If you want to go up for it, you're gonna get bumped out of the way. Velocity says, I want to be in the way as well after the kickoff. Trying to storm ahead, but it's denied immediately. And Yellow across the court, Astronic back in the lead.
Yeah, straight from his own corner here as well. Their Velocity gets that challenge, but Yellow wins it and sends it all the way downfield. And sometimes Pirate J just get those lucky shots that go all the way in.
Yeah, a little bit of luck on their side. You also just got to be careful in the corner. We've talked so much about teams' corners and how they like to play the ball in that zone. A lot of teams like to set up on the aerial play for like a cross-court air dribble and setup. But there in that maneuver, it was just a pinch that went well. But Velocity, top scorer of Unknown Goats, will not rest.
Oh, and it starts there. Cliff the Moon has to beat out Torres. Torres can't send it downfield. The defensive Velocity says, I'm going to try grab this read, see what happens. Picks up the equalizer, and there we go. Unknown Goats clawing their way back here in game number 2.
It's great to see this back and forth. But again, one of the things that we called for Unknown Goats was to not allow so much scoring for Astronic Skill Quest. They had 3 goals at this point at the 3-minute mark, and they're down to 2. So progress made. But do Astronic start to run away with this as they did in the last one? Torres bump on the pass to the midfield. Shot there. It's a bit wide. Lifty Moon bumped out of the way, and the setup from Byrachu is deflected as well. Chrono makes that backboard touch, but the possession continues from Astronic. What a read off the corner there. Torres to pick up, but demoed out of the way, and Yellow back to Byrachu. Shot, no, not on target.
I think Parajay, you're definitely the best Rocket League conductor, right? You just anything you say, the players they bend to your command and score when when you want them to be putting in the juicy goals. And Barachu, almost getting that one in. Velocity has to keep it out off that backboard. So almost a third there from Astronic. Torres here from the corner fighting. They're 3 players though in a bit of a mess, and they're lucky to not have conceded in that moment.
I agree. I mean, well, I'm surprised that Torres committed to that pass. There was so much congestion, as you mentioned, but they stuck with it, and it almost still worked out. Unknown Goats, I mean, read the play and commit to it, because you see it right there. One of the problems for them is they're lacking resources on these long possessions from Astronic. That's why normally they will score, but Unknown Goats keeping Astronic out of their net for probably the longest we've seen them this entire series. That's the most convincing factor for them. Chrono on the sidewall, Reed almost as convincing enough as well.
And Yellow So close, a nice little read forward as well, almost getting that dunk onto Unknown Goats. A nice long ball from Velocity, but then Yellow again on defense, keeping that one out. Just rotations here on the field, blisteringly quick. Look Clifty for Chrono. Upfield, Torres is there. Oh, close Velocity. Wants to get that dunk as well. As you mentioned, the passing play is finding someone upfield. It's working out for Unknown Goats, but then Yellow again on defense, doing superbly well, gets that savior medal. So not conceding against the Unknown Goats for now.
The strategy right now for the Unknown Goats is really risky. Always somebody upfield ready to pick off the pass. The give and go was just intercepted by Astronic. They're a quick moving team too, so you almost got to move even quicker. And there's in Yellow, denied on that 50-50. Down to the last half minute here as Torres brings us out into the corner. Glifty with the read off the backboard. Velocity stretches in. It's off the backboard once again. Chrono too far up here. Oh, and Torres, they're going to miss the clear for the easy turnaround. But Astronic have Unknown Goats on their back foot.
Yeah, opportunity slipping through the fingers there of Unknown Goats as well. But the counter here from Glifty as well gets mounted, push forward. Velocity though has to scramble back. Torres not finding that pinch. Chrono with the stop, and Yellow, maybe this one's going to lob over as well. It does! Oh my goodness. Just when you think a casual lob forward maybe is going to land, it does.
Oh boy, on the replay, you can see it. Everybody from Unknown Goats together trying to gather that midfield boost and still being beaten out by a back-flipping Torres. Those kind of plays cannot happen. Lead here for Astronic. Something special got to be seen from Unknown Goats. Clifty Moon pass denied by Torres and down to the ground. A less convincing victory, but a win still at that. Astronic lead the series 2-0.
So Pirate J, let's take a look at Yellow getting that last goal, right? Does he kind of just takes a cheeky shot? Maybe it's gonna land, maybe it doesn't. Also looks, he gets that follow-up bump onto Glifty Moon as well, just to be like, hey, feel our presence here. But it's just a cheeky shot that maybe 50-50. It might go in, it might not, and it does.
I mean, Unknown Goats, they just lost control. There are these moments on defense, and I mean, we can speak to game one as well. They conceded 7 goals where they're not as cohesive as they should be with everyone together in the same area. Astronic SkillQuest, they're gonna find a route around you. Torres is going to bully his way into winning those 50-50s and sending an easy shot that we saw there from Yellow to score that goal. So, one way or another, Astronic have led in this series for the most part. Unknown Goats, I think they had that 1-0 lead at the start, but that was just off that ceiling kickoff play from Chrono. So they need more than just kickoff goals here in this series, Muzz.
Yeah, no, they definitely do, right? We saw that early goal coming out there from Chrono, but yeah, just it doesn't seem to last too long against Astronic SkillQuest here, Pirate Jane, as we head toward game 3 as well. We need to see Unknown Goats. Something needs to click. We also saw that congestion, a bit of confusion indeed there as well. And I think just moments like that need to be lessened, right? How do you kind of end up where you triple committed and you're kind of stuck with your teammates and, you're just in that moment where, well, we could get scored on easily and no one will be able to save this. Need to try get feelers out and spread across that field.
Yeah, I mean, give credit where it's due for Unknown Goats. This was something they should have expected. Astronic SkillQuest, the highest shot count on average for any team at 13. You have to be a team that can remain cool under the pressure against a team like Astronic. So as we move through the series and into game number 3, how can Unknown Goats get a little more cool-headed?
Yeah, just got to be cool, calm, and collected here in a semi-final. We want to try and make it through to that SSA Grand. Barachu, though. Oh, close. So almost made that up a 9, followed up by Torres. Barachu again looking for the action. Velocity has to pump that one out, though. But again, such nice early pressure being applied here by Astronic, though. You just can imagine that how they got through Swiss this easily. Oh, and Yellow almost sinking that one as well.
Unknown Goats continue to survive. Love the way that Yellow played for the 50-50 there, because they had someone in their back pocket to send in the follow-up, but Unknown Goats, they had reinforcements better in place. Chrono with the pad's worth of boost, gets a midfield pass. Goes high off the backboard, third in rotation, but look at those 2 on the goal line from Astronic SkillQuest. They're almost baiting the shot in. They're saying, go ahead, take the shot, we dare you. It's not going in.
Yeah, Yeah, just that cheekiness, waiting here, showing that, we said yesterday, maybe showing less respect to your opponents as well, making sure those shots get driven home. Yeah, and Glifty, he's looking for that upper 90, get kept out all the woodwork as well there. Torres with the counter, can he get over one? He does well, but Chrono looking to just hold this one down, keep calm at the back, and Yellow, Glifty, pumping it back upfield again there as well. Oh, the big demo onto Torres. Isn't going to matter too much here. Chrono sending it downfield. And Yellow's waiting patiently, though, and just puts it onto the corner.
You mentioned the patience. It may be too patient. Byron, had to dive in for that pass from the corner. It was well read, but what can they conjure on offense? Pass over to end Yellow. Sent away by Velocity. It's already the third save of Velocity, so this player called into action on defense, but maybe on attack they can make it happen. Chrono, the shot taken away by Torres. And now Bayerchu back at the counter attack. Oh, it's a game of breakaways, and surely one of these has to go in.
Yeah, just the pendulum swinging here, back and forth between these two sides. No one breaking the deadlock just yet of game 3. Velocity almost there, but kept out, and Chrono at 4 and Yellow. Someone wants to be able to try break this deadlock, and the defense on both ends been steadfast at the moment there. Byron though, almost having a crack at it, kept down, and Yellow again winning that aerial. Velocity though, wants to put it upfield, wants to find Clift as well. They want to try to do something with it as well. Shot on, kept out. Torres, Velocity almost getting it.
Again, like there are these moments where Astronic Skill Quest, they're offering these shots to occur. That one was right in the defender's hands. Another one from Glifty Moon. He tried aiming top corner, but it missed. If these shots are on target, better placed, and with a little more power behind them, they'll reach the back of the net. Velocity takes that action.
Oh, well, you know, finally, right, we said maybe don't shoot too soft, don't shoot straight towards the defender's hands, though. And the Velocity able to beat 2 defenders on that bottom right-hand corner, and so finally, Unknown Goats up here, 1 in game 3 as well. Will they be able to hold on to this lead, though? That's the question. We've seen Astronic Skill Quest bring it back in a quick succession. So Chrono almost extending that lead, and Yellow has to stretch to keep it out, and Torres is going to get on to Glifty.
And Yellow here beaten by Chrono. Torres wants to slow the play down. Doesn't quite have their entire team back yet. Now that they are, can they contend against Velocity? Yes. And Yellow ready to meet the waterfall. Torres on 0 boost, putting it in reverse. Might as well stall the attack a bit more. Byron cutting this off. Glifty doesn't want to allow the easy goal. They've had this 1-0 lead before, and there was a swift response by Astronic. They scored 2 in succession nearly a minute afterwards. Can the 2-0 lead be found by Unknown Goats? Not quite. Glifty Moon strikes the post.
Oh man, it's just shots that you think are going to go into the back of the net there as well. Byron off of Van Yellow there. Glifty Moon in the box though. He's going to be pretty salty with that one. Waiting there, doesn't get the win. And actually Chrono there waiting in the shot. Oh, just bumped off the top of the head. Goes into the back of the net. And you know, your words aren't even cold, Pirate Jane. Astronic already with the equalizer.
I feel like Chrono's not going to be too happy about that. Definitely had the save available. Oh, Glifty Moon, no flick either on the shot. Kickoff opportunities have been ample from Unknown Goats. And they won't get the go-ahead back with it. Byrachu in the final minute, storming ahead. Zero dribble there. No, it's the fake. A pass to second. Byrachu, a magician under the ball.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, just the absolute wizardry here to get past Velocity as well. The final pop-up there to beat out the defender. Chrono can't get back in time. Byrachu, 6 shots, 2 goals here. Pyro J doing an absolute stellar job here for Astronic.
Oh boy, Unknown Goats, they need the read on these tricks up the sleeve of Byrachu. How many more will we see? Ball off the ceiling, Glifty Moon, a chance. Too far forward, ends up behind the play. Eventually, as they move back, they can't get back in time. Torres for the third.
Yeah, and Byrachu has to run up the wall here. Gets a nice little long play as far as he can go. Pop down for Torres there, beating out Glifty Moon, beating out Velocity. They cannot defend against the onslaught here of Astronic. And so Byrachu is just making himself felt in all, the moments that count, Pyrojet. Whether it's an assist, whether it's the D, whether it's a shooting opportunity. Byrachu stamping his name on all the plays.
Absolutely. Goal participation high for a reason. Such a threat on the field at all times. And on this 50-50, nearly finds in Yellow. Something has to be seen here from the unknown goats. It's not going to be found. They've got to wait for game number 4 because Byrachu has the mark once again on another goal.
Corner pass out from Yellow, and just the absolute slam past Chrono's head there as well. 4-1, game 3. You know, I'm sure Unknown Goats definitely called their timeout here in the break, unlike the first series we saw. And I think, you know, we need to see some kind of regain here just come out from the Goats.
You know what? Unknown Goats becoming a team that's just difficult to root for in this series. They start off so well. They go toe-to-toe with Astronic for the first half, and then as these final minutes of the game start to run off the clock, things get tougher and tougher. The weight gets heavier and heavier for the Unknown Goats, and it's too much of a burden to bear against the shots fired away by Astronic. Do they find a 6? Velocity does not want to see that double tap at the end of the game. Hey, fair enough. Astronic skill quest, though, still at this point unbeatable in this main event, undefeated, and they're 1 game away from keeping that mark to the grand final.
Yep, and there we go. So timeout is called, and so Unknown Goats here, Pyrojet, they want to get back to that drawing board and see what's going to work out for them. And unfortunately, shot straight to the defender of Astronic, that's not going to work out for them, right? They've taken those shots, it's been into the hands of Astronic players, and then, yeah, just that aerial plays, right? How do you beat out Byrachu? How do you beat out Yellow?
I don't know. It's a tough question to answer right now. Part of it we've seen, though, as we said in the first half of these games, they're able to go toe-to-toe because they trade possession. They don't give Astronic these easy looks on the counterattack and these midfield passes. I think Unknown Goats, especially Velocity, have much better vision of what Astronic can do to get these passes to connect and these shots to go. But like you saw in one of the last plays, I mean, Yellow coming out with the pinch off the corner, Byrachu with the tricks up his sleeve on the ground dribble play beating too. They just have more to offer on every play, and it gets tougher and tougher. We mentioned the timeout. This may be one of the first recorded timeouts canceled by the Unknown Goats. They called a timeout and then seconds later canceled it. So we're on to game number 4, Buzz, as it appears Unknown Goats have tricks up their sleeve as well. So let's dive into it. Astronic 1 more game to meet a full Spanish grand final in SSA.
Yeah, Unknown Goats want to break out the reverse Uno card, and who knows what it's going to mean here in game number 4. Utopia Coliseum. Serious point here for the Astronic Skill Quest team. Will they be able to meet Team Mobula in that final?
Yeah,
Wow.
It's seeming pretty likely here. Maz here, first goal, 3 seconds. You can understand the pep in the step for Unknown Goats, right? They've been pretty fortuitous on the kickoff chances. That one, though, just won't go their way.
Kickoffs just doing good work on the field. Velocity almost getting that wide, but cut up by Byrachu as well. And Chrono wants to see what he can able to do with the play here, but Lifty also finding the demo to Torres, and Byrachu. Oh, there it is. Velocity finally back to the net here for the Unknown Goats.
This is truly the bread and butter for Unknown Goats. It is getting Velocity in a scoring position and feeding the beast. When this team of Unknown Goats won in the quarterfinals, they won, I believe, each game by 1 point against Snake's Den. A lot of them were clutch plays by Velocity. A lot of those games were Velocity just getting hat tricks, right? You need to put your shot taker in position, especially one of your most clutch players, as this 3rd edition is making Unknown Goats more of a threat. But they're only a threat as much as they can enable them.
Yeah, so close there. Velocity almost getting behind Torres as well. And as you say, Clifton and Chrono need to be able to feed good ball out to Velocity and see what he can cherry pick and able to score. And it's been one of those tough series where you're not able to. But of course, quick in the air, though, guys like Torres and Yellow, Byrachu, they're able just to cut out any of those forward movement plays. And Byrachu, almost with that counter with Clifty, able to cut him out. And that's what you want to see here from Unknown Goats. Get into the face here of Astronic, right? Beat them on those 50s. Win that mid-game play, though. Clifty doing that work here, being physical, trying to get into that face here of Astronic, and Velocity has to play from his own back wall. Doesn't find Clifty on the wall over Chrono, able to still keep a chair in the blue half. Chrono with that miss, Clifty with the follow-up as well. Can there be a double here? Can someone come down for it? Oh, there it is. Okay, good. They came down with it, Pyro J, and they're able to put on 2.
They're able to tease out these advantages by what you said is just disrupting the rhythm of Astronic, taking the play to them, being proactive about it, and once again, having Velocity as that finishing factor. The rhythm, it's here for Unknown Goats. The problem has been holding on to it for the entirety of 5 minutes of game time. Can they hold on to the magic?
Well, they'll need to. They'll need to. 3 minutes 30, they clip the moon. Taking that shot. Torres again, good defense at the back. And Velocity here. Can they still do something with this? Hanging around in the blue half there as well. Cliff to moon onto the wall. Pop up here by Torres, and Byrachu will be able to go up, but cut up by Chrono. That's what you need to see from the Unknown Goats. Shot on. Oh, there it is, Velocity. And you ask the question, why is their sharpshooter not up front? Well, Velocity is serving as a good dish.
And Chrono, on the boost count, had to immediately tell somebody faking, or I'm leaving the ball for you because I cannot get to this. And that's one of the most prolific plays in the modern era of Rocket League. Somebody going up for some air dribble, ceiling, flip, reset play, and faking it for their teammates. So Velocity filling it at the right time for the 3rd goal. And they're defending well once again against Astronic. However, ceiling pass. Oh, out the Byrachu. Chrono gets just the right piece of it.
Yeah, so close then. Velocity with that hat trick. Torres taking that shot on. Taking that shot though, but Chrono just barely keeping that one out. It goes to the woodwork. Now we see Agnello from the corner. Oh, and Astronic. Hungry here. Looking to try get one more against the Unknown Goats, and Chrono from the corner there. Pops it up, but Agnello will be able to clear this one out. Going all the way downfield for Torres as well. Torres though with that shot, but it's kept out.
Of that. Got to keep the defense tested here of Unknown Goats, and they are tested, but again, in unique ways by Astronic. Can they get something to go here? What's percolating for this team? Clifty Moon. Won't see it coming. Torres knocks it right off the side wall. Uh-oh, and Yellow beat on the play. Velocity waiting for it. The ball to get in front of the net. It never does. Now there's a double commit. Torres on this 2v1. Byrachu headhunting, finds their target, and Torres completes the play.
Well, there it is. The big man up front, Byrachu, goes straight for the Devo as well as hunting Chrono the whole way in that defensive third, allowing Torres to get that open net and bring the game back here within 1. So Astronic skill quest, they're not out just yet as we head towards this business end.
Oh, not another kickoff play. Chrono won't only not get the goal, oh, but we'll hand it off to Velocity afterwards. How about the push from Unknown Goats, even off the demo? Make a goal work.
And we've seen a lot of those kind of upfront plays coming up from Cliff to Moon, right? He's just able to get up quick. He's, ever present there in that blue half and making himself threatening. And he gets the beautiful pass out for Velocity.
No way.
Chrono here with the kickoff. It's close, almost extending to the 5. There it is. One more. Velocity. Oh, I thought it was a double hat trick. It's only 5, but still, that's so good.
It's this hefty cheat from Unknown Goats on the kickoff that is steering an advantage towards them. They were actually burned on it at the start of the game. That's how Astronic got one of their first kickoff goals, was because they won that first 50-50 like Byrachu just did here. But for the most part, they haven't been able to do that. And boy, do Unknown Goats take advantage.
And Chrono, just so good at running that ball up from those kickoffs as well, threatening Astronic, at least from those kickoffs as well. And now we see the 5 goals going toward Velocity as well. And Cliff the Moon doing a lot of that legwork up front here for the Unknown Goats team. And so finally, it does appear we might see Astronic's skill quest actually go down 1 game in this series. Yeah, but still a little bit of time on the clock here as well. And Yellow maybe gets the double. Okay, nice classical shot there off the backboard.
I guess it is a Rocket League classic in a way. I mean, this is a dime from Agnello. Look at the angle on that ball. Didn't even touch the ground. Nearly flawless from that player of Agnello. And here we go. We were talking about the fact that Astronic could go undefeated to the grand final, and still they won't have that narrative be spelled out. Not if they can get 2 goals here in the final minute.
Oh yeah, incredibly close as well. Byrachu has to make that crucial save there from Velocity. Velocity almost with getting that double hat trick. Now Torres up in there, sends it forward. They need to still get 2 goals here just to find an equalizer. Byrachu on the corner. But Velocity keeping it out. And Yellow going up as well. Ball's loose. Torres maybe. Ball's loose. There it is. Pirate Shoe. We are within one.
Astronic's heart stopped on the goal line for a moment there as Torres, the open net, hits the crossbar. He is thanking and pleading Pirate Shoe for scoring that follow-up goal. Oh, Unknown Goats, if they don't score this kickoff goal, they could be in trouble.
Chrono close there as well. Torres now still pop out to the corner, and then Yellow with a good read, not able to, or not at least allowing that rebound to go toward Unknown Goats, and Torres pops it up, maybe a double here as well. Pirate Shoe so close though. Velocity has to make that save, stretches out for it, and Yellow up, Torres up, Velocity looking for that save, but Chrono finally getting the ball out as well. 10 seconds remain. Can we see Astronic Skill Quest do something with the Pirate Shoe? Looking for the action. Ball's gonna go loose here as well. Unknown Goats though, they're heading towards the juicy time. They just need to be able to get this down. Can they get the killer? Oh, it's still kept up by Yellow as well. Chrono with the goal. There it is. Unknown Goats finally get a game.
There it is, Astronic. Undefeated throughout Swiss and playoffs. No more. They're your first loss found against the Unknown Goats. And now they do get their timeout, which is incredibly interesting. So Unknown Goats calling a timeout after that game. You know, it's funny, Muzz. I mentioned after they got one kickoff goal out of their 2 goals in that last game, that you can't rely on kickoff goals. You just can't in Rocket League. It's too much of a risk. You have to outplay them when the going gets tough, when both teams are going toe-to-toe. Apparently you can. About half of their 6 goals were found off the kickoff, and that really propelled them to safely take this win.
Yeah, just something from the Unknown Goats. Very sharp and very quick of those kickoffs as well. Led by Chrono, it seems, is able to be really good off those reads. And if he doesn't get that shot, then of course the follow-up from Velocity as well, being incredibly tight there, Pyro. And so Unknown Goats, yeah, they get their timeout now finally, and they do get a caller. Maybe they knew they were going to get the Game 4 win and just wanted to save the timeout, chat Pyro, and yeah, they take it.
Yeah, so they do call their timeout, and you know, you wonder if a timeout could ease the scoring maybe a bit, Muzz. In 4 games, there's been 31 goals. That is absurd. That is maybe 7.5 per game, something around that statistic mark. That's caster math, folks. We don't oblige to mathematics all the time here, but it's a lot. You know, that's the best way to put it. It is a lot. And I harped on Unknown Goats saying you can't allow Astronic to get their typical shot count of about 13. You can't allow them to have the highest shooting percentage of the entire event and win games. Apparently you can. It took 6 goals to win that game. And if that's what it takes, ripping apart the defense on nearly every other possession, then so be it.
Yeah, why not, right? We like these high-scoring games as well. I think we saw 10. Whether it was game 2 or game 1 or game 2, right? And you talk about a kind of 7 average, so 10 in that game alone. Yeah, these guys are coming to play here, Pirate J. They want to just dominate the region and the semifinals of this championship Sunday. Unknown Goats that came to play there. Is this timeout going to have worked for them?
We'll have to see, right? We'll have to see. Here we go. Game number 5. We've got Aquadome, Salty Shallows. I'm a fan. I'm such a fan of this map. So we see it for game number 5. And let's see. Unknown Goats, the reverse sweep has begun. But like we said, Astronic, a very tall mountain to climb. And they scale it here. They've already got possession. Looking towards, or against, some demolitions, I should say. Glifty Moon from the corner. Chrono to exact revenge, going for a second. Dodging it, though, was Torres to get the clear within yellow.
Yeah, and that early demo onto Torres, you almost thought it was going to be that Unknown Goats goal as well. Oh, close there. Pirate Shoe, but Velocity has to keep it out. Pressure being applied here on both ends at the moment here. Drop down, not getting on yellow. Everyone has to go up in the save. Chrono, everyone's pushing this one out. Glifty Moon. Oh my goodness, just tight moments here on either end. Pirate Shoe, though, looking for that action. Can he get the double? Can Anyella follow up, though? It's capped out as well. Torres, though, he has to get the double here. Can he get that touch? It's going to go down. It's just going to be a pixel wide. Oh my goodness, another long shot coming up from Glifty, but Anyella with that catch.
can't you start to sense the fear from Unknown Goats when Byrachu has the ball? I mean, that entire possession was set up by a Byrachu solo play where he neutral hopped off the fake air dribble and then played the ground play to the backboard. It set up that follow-up shot that just missed, and then the near double tap from Torres there. Yeah, Astronic, they're so good at setting up these great plays, but Unknown Goats have learned across this series to bat them away again and again. Turn it over to a possession here, pass from the corner. Oh, managed well by Agnello.
Yeah, Byrachu just seeming to be that mean monster up front that you don't want to face, right? Just the scary guy you don't want to be up against. But Chrono, we talk about bullying our way through, but Chrono able to get his way through that Astronic defense here at the end of the day.
Oh, played indeed. Played against the clear of Torres. Torres so desperately wants to get that ball to the corner because they don't even have a second defender on the goal line. And knocking away that angle was Chrono to take the lead. This is consistent. An Unknown Goats lead at the start of the game. They were able to hold on to it in the last one. They've got to do it again.
Down by 1, probably going to be temporary if we know Astronic skill quest as well, able to score quite quickly. Velocity pushing this one up. Torres is there, so is Byrachu as well. They're waiting. Oh, Velocity actually sniping the boost from him. Torres, though, able to run it up, though, on the sniff of an oil rag. Chrono runs one down. He's going to be open. Oh, boy. Unknown Goats. Timeout. Looking like it's working so far.
I mean, it definitely left Chrono cool-headed. On every 50-50, he's winning them. And Astronic skill quest. Need to be a bit more mindful when challenging Chrono in the midfield. A second for the Goats.
Well, you said that Goats are pretty good at chilling on those mountaintops, and so Unknown Goats holding their own at the moment right now. And Glyphty and Velocity just back in the corner, waiting the defense. But Byrachu, oh, it's just onto the woodwork, and that seems to be what we've seen this whole entire week in the post. Seen a lot of action.
You know, we were touting the shooting percentage of Astronic skill quest. Oh, and we're gonna see it come to form here. Yes, Torres. Free shot that is the center of the net. So while it is, I would say, emphasized here on this goal, some of these shots are missing the mark. Byrachu and company are going for these top corners that just miss. Sometimes striking in the middle of the net can still be what you need.
Yep, so touting that shooting percentage. Sometimes we miss, sometimes we're dead on like that. And I think just that Byrachu pass to Torres as well, so clean, right? It comes down from the ceiling first, and he has to also get that catch. And then the ball comes on, he's waiting for it, and then Torres is up front waiting. It's just, the perfect 1-2 play from Astronic there.
1-2 on scoreboard as well here. It's Astronic trying to close that scoring gap. Torres cannot fall on the ball. Velocity takes it instead. Byrachu, high touch that nearly meets the net off the crossbar. Glyphty takes it away. It's going in and out of the net as well, but shot never comes through. Torres on the reset, jumps up at the ball once again. Chrono in search of a long clear and maybe even a second touch. Yes, gets just that. A Byrachu fueled up. The dump off to Torres as he takes it. Rips apart that 50-50, pulls it all the way to the opponent's net, bumps out the defender, but Velocity, just the touch they needed to bat it away.
Demo onto Torres as well. There's a Glyphty Moon playing physical up front. Is it going to work, though, onto that crossbar? Oh, my goodness. And Agnello, Unknown Goats, they're almost finding that third, but again, Woodward keeping them out and at bay. Velocity for Byrachu, back and forth. Glyphty Moon's underfoot there. Torres, though, he's trying to cause that interference. Chrono gets the whiff. Velocity's up. Nice little pop over. Can there be a play coming out from this? 1 minute remain. Velocity, no one in the wings, though, so it's out to no one. Torres with that catch. Chrono can't really get the best touch on it. It's down, though, for a player. Glyphty Moon, though. Shot, though. Agnello with that save.
Oh, and Agnello couldn't side flip in to get the boost, and it was stolen by Unknown Goats. It's this pressure that's mounting to be too much. Velocity takes it upon themselves to reach the net.
Well, you asked where was Velocity earlier. You said Velocity needs to be up front. He needs to be scoring. Well, he is answering everyone's prayers. And what is that? Where's the man now? Okay, 2 for 1. 2 for 1. So, man's hasn't found that game 4 strike just yet, but he's almost there.
I feel like the stats are very few in which teams win a game and then call a timeout. Well, Unknown Goats, they are 30 seconds away of assisting that statistic in favor of the team taking that timeout. Unless there is still something from Astronic. That ball off the crossbar will not meet the net. Chrono will take this all the way to the other side, but that angle a bit too steep to score the goal. Follow-up denied, and Yellow sacrificing their lives for the 50-50. Pass out to Torres. This could be on target. This could pull it to a 1-point game, unless Velocity saves it yet again. Unknown Goats do everything in their power to reach Neo Tokyo, and they'll get there.
Well, we saw that, real big banger of a series in Series 1 where it went 4-0 and Mobula versus DQ, and now Astro versus Unknown Goats. Unknown Goats, though, slowly inching towards that reverse sweep here. Pyro and 3-1 in this Game 5. Very important for them.
And important as ever. I think we need to give our flowers to Chrono. This wouldn't have been such a good win for them or an initial lead if we didn't see Chrono take on the entirety of the Astronic defense and beat them with every 50-50. Those challenges were immaculate, and he read the defensive approach from Astronic very, very well. And so because of those beats, because of that win from the Unknown Goats, it's now a timeout called by Astronic Skill Quest. So get a little extra time before we go to Game 6. But how about it, Muzz? When we hopped into Game number 4 with an undefeated Astronic, did you expect here to get to Game 6?
I didn't at all, right? Because they also canceled their timeouts, and then we thought, okay, what is that all about? Let's go into Game 4. And the kick-off strats from Unknown Goats, it was beautiful, right? And then able to back-to-back their win Game 5 here as well. And as you said, Chrono needs his flowers here in this series. And they're pressuring Astronic Skill Quest as we head toward Neo Tokyo. Now, Astronic taking their timeout, right? They may be feeling a little bit of that pressure.
Maybe just a little bit. Yeah, this wasn't the same player game that we're used to seeing from Astronic either, right? They're scoring 5 to 7 goals per game in this series. It's been insane, but just one to show for in that last one. I think it's a good timeout to call to see, okay, how has our offensive strategy been denied so well, especially from the numerous save count of Velocity, and how can we maybe do something a little more unique? How can we really interrupt this flawless defense nearly of the Unknown Goats? So I don't know. That's not the plan that Unknown Goats want to go with, though, Muzz. They are one step away from game number 7. We are so close to a second champions field of this playoffs for Open Qualifier number 4. So let's get to it. Let's head into game number 6. Neo Tokyo is here.
Yeah, how are you scoring 31 goals in 4 games as well? It's just an absolute crazy series that everyone's getting to witness here between these two rosters. And Yellow not able to bring that one down from the wall. And Torres and Biochu just waiting patient here at the back, want to be able to collect. Glyph the Moon getting up as he does in the front to cause either havoc or get a pass off. And nothing sticking there at the moment, but Velocity takes that shot and Biochu with that save.
Astronic Skill Quest were the grand finalists with Limitless in the last regional that we had. They're trying to make themselves a mainstay at that stage. Unknown Goats, this would certainly be exceeding their expectations from what this team and this duo of Chrono and Glyph Moon have had on their former squad. So exceeding expectations and getting closer and closer they are as this minute stretches with still no goal.
Close there. Chrono almost finding that right-hand side as well. Glyph, though, following up. Torres has to stretch to make that save. And Glyph, every now and again, he tries to get those bangers in. And I'd imagine it's eventually going to crack and land Pirate J, but not there with that Torres save.
Not quite yet. Velocity, though, holding this momentum and the possession for the Unknown Goats. Chrono not able to connect on the ball, but still some boost to contest this. This is Birachu open with the ball, and that's always dangerous. Comes up with a demolition. Well, they don't have the play towards the net. Chrono clear off the backboard, gets some distance, and Glyph Moon with the demolition. Chrono, no boost, still with this ball, and I guess Velocity said, yeah, I'll take that. I'll handle the ball. Don't worry. Got your back. And Yellow, neutral hop back down to the ground, wins that 50-50. And it's all about these minute plays. Earlier on, it was Chrono winning the challenges that allowed for those opportunities for Unknown Goats. Every challenge is so important here as the game's still tied.
Barachu just sending straight to the ceiling, and obviously no one is going to be able to follow that up. Chrono beating out Torres, or at least Torres looking to bully him there as well. And Barachu from this corner, down Chrono. Glifty Moon waiting. Chrono going to be able to send this one all the way downfield there. And Astronic not finding too much from that little offensive passage. And Agnello, Glifty, everyone's waiting here on that ball. Who's going to be able to get the touch? Barachu does. Agnello with the save, or at least with that play. Can he get that left corner? He can't, though. It's just a smidge wide. Barachu again with that follow-up. Over here, backboard with the read. Someone! Oh, Chrono, that save is beautiful. But Agnello finally getting the goal.
Chrono just can't do it all. He waits so long on the Agnello air dribble, playing for the 50-50, and instead waits for it to cross the face of the goal. Then another save on the count, but there's too much from Astronic. They're crashing the boards, the rebounds are so venomous, and so it gains the lead for Astronic. A lead at the start of this game is so rare for Astronic. Is that the path to pave for victory?
Yeah, they trailed at the starting game 4, trailed at the starting game 5, and now Astronic Skillcrest finding that opening goal. Maybe that's the key to winning. Torres, almost getting in yellow there, but gets cut out. Velocity looking to go all the way across field as well. Does he have a man? Usually Glyph the Moon's up.
Oh.
Close. This is open. Is it open? Oh, there it is. Barachu, nice long field goal.
Unknown Goats all series long have risked a lot by getting so aggressive on the other side of the field, but at times they are punished for it. Chrono, it is too late to realize nobody's at the net. Astronic up 2.
And we're saying got to be careful out of those corners with the long shots. I think that's the second time Barachu straight long field goal that's open. And as you said, sometimes a bit scary to be so high up front and aggressive. Unknown Goats, you might concede goals like that. And now you're down by 2, though, in a very important series point game where you can lose 4-2. So you need to try string a few things back together here as well. Don't lose focus just yet, as Torres, double committed in defense. The Unknown Goats wants to kill Torres, and Chrono up with that ball. Close. Oh, okay, there it is. Keep the mentality. Keep your heads on a swivel.
They're feeding the beast. It's that simple. And I'll tell you what, the duo of Chrono and Velocity is becoming something that everybody has their eyes peeled towards. Velocity especially being that final shot taker. It's lethal when he's behind the ball as they bring this deficit and cut it in half. Oh, and they may just bring it to 0. Yes, it's Velocity again. Astronic breaking under the pressure.
Yeah, Clifton, perfect touch there from the wall as well. Finds Velocity, beats out 2 as well. That's what you want to do. You want to enable that sharpshooter up front in Velocity. We get the equalizer here, Pirate Jet, 1:18 on the clock. And so, bit of a fun time now in Game 6. Who's going to be able to get the final goal that should drive that nail in? Torres off the back wall here. It's going to go down to the floor as well. Can't beat out Velocity. Barachu has to get up now this time and try clear this ball here for Astronic. But Cliff the Moon fighting him on that halfway line. Chrono, though, with the beat. And Yellow, though, with that demo, though, is going to count much as the ball still gets pushed forward. Torres. Chrono, nice little beat there. Barachu, though, picks up the 100 as well. Goes up for the ball. Can he beat up Velocity as well? Oh, past him, but it's going to be just wide.
Look nice there from Barachu off the ceiling. Couldn't find a follow-up. This could be it, though. Backboard read is there for Glifty Moon. Gets a pinch with a teammate. Chrono just above that ball. Can't do it. You can feel the tension as the ball game's at 30 seconds left. Tied up. Chrono to the corner. Steals boost. Torres a long clear. Unknown Goats trying to defy expectations. The desk didn't give them credit to even get to this game number 6. They're so close to a champion's field. Velocity leaving it for Chrono! And they take the lead!
Well, we wondered who's going to be able to score this final important goal, and Chrono there gets it past Agnello, gets it past Torres. Unknown Goats, you need to be able to survive for 10 seconds. And you can go straight through to that Game 7. Oh, it's up.
Oh no, this kickoff. Oh, that is scary. If Astronic have that follow-up, maybe they have the equalizer. One last chance here. Torres has Barachu in the midfield to pass to. Barachu gets the ball. It's slotted top corner. Astronic will pull this to extra time.
Oh boy, there it is. There it is. If you want an absolutely saucy Game 6, Torres and Barachu, they'll be able to give it to you here over time. on Neo Tokyo. Now it's just one golden goal left.
There's a death grip on this series. On another grand finals appearance from Astronic, and they're not letting go. Torres off the backboard, pass out to Byrichu. Byrichu has it off the backboard once again, still aloft in the air, but Chrono has been instrumental on these long clears that seem to reset the tempo and make Astronic go back to the drawing board. One player eliminated on that reset. As Yellow pulls this from the midfield once again. Pass out from the corner, stays on the backboard. Maybe another pass downfield. There it is. Torres almost beaten by Glifty Moon. The possession still in favor of Astronic.
Almost a dangerous loose ball there for Unknown Goats, leaving that one for Astronic as well. Oh, shot on Glifty Moon. Kept up by Yellow as well. The follow-up from Chrono.
What?
Kept out just by the woodwork. They're so close, Unknown Goats. Almost finding that important goal. Chrono back downfield. And Yellow, though, wants to win it, wants to send it forward, though. Nothing in the tank, though, but he can make an important pass. He does. It's off the backboard here. Oh, Velocity just keeps it one at bay. No second man from Astronic, though, able to do the work. Torres down once again here. Can there be someone with a shot? If it's anyone, it can be Byrichu. It can be Yellow. No one taking it. And Glifty Moon will be able to send this one downfield.
Both teams have the final shot ready to fire, and then something is wrong with the ignition. Nobody can get this last goal on target. Who's gonna have the wherewithal to make it happen? Astronic back on possession. Byrichu with the shot, with the setup. Chrono, though, denies any follow-up from that shot taker, and Yellow has a look, and all three jump from Unknown Goats. No one will let that final goal cross the net.
Yeah, no one indeed. Oh my goodness. Everyone's taking shots here. Everyone getting saved. Everyone kind of missing. Balls going up here. No one really taking opportunities here. Maybe Byrichu can. Kept out there by Unknown Goats. Almost 2 minutes here of OT. Velocity and Yellow in that corner. Chrono has to keep it up, but Byrichu racing up to get that plank. Glifty Moon waiting here at the back. Wants to beat out Torres. He can. He's going to run it up the right-hand side. And Yellow has to get back. Hold the possession game. Take it here from the back wall. Run it up. Can we see Astronic skill quest close it out here in game 6? Doesn't seem to be the case therefore. And Yellow and Glifty Moon up all the way. Byrichu. Chrono. Can there be a pass here into the midfield? Maybe they can. Maybe they can though. Kept up by Yellow. Down for Torres. It's a long one. Oh, it's out.
But there's a follow-up.
Oh.
And it's almost in. Chrono and Velocity. They duel the effort on the goal line to keep it away. Some close calls here for the Unknown Goats. And is it going to become closer? Clear goes in the hands of Torres. Half a take of boost to make this happen. Velocity denies quickly. And Yellow off the wall. Oh, Demo on Velocity. That's your star savior. Byrichu, the flick ahead! And without Velocity, Unknown Goats cannot hold their goal line. 3 minutes into overtime. Astronic meet in the grand finals.
The absolute story of the series here, Pyro J. Byrichu is going to make sure that ball goes forward. Gets a clean pass out to Torres, and Torres finishes it off here in game 6. And there we go, Astronic skill quest. They go through to that grand final. They fought tooth and nail to get this one 4-2 Pyro J. And I guess it was always Byrichu, right? He's just the one on the field doing that work.
Man, what a series, gents.
Yeah. Oh, God. Altruism. You know what? You just heard it from Muzz. This team fought tooth and nail, and one of the biggest concerns about Astronic was that they haven't had to fight that hard. You can't say that anymore.
I suddenly understand, Glifty said in the interview yesterday, we can beat this team, and they gave it every shot that they possibly could. I mean, 42 goals out of those 6 games is insane. Averaging 7 goals. This is in total, right? That is a back and forth play going on there. And it wasn't just Astronic. We have talked about Astronic being that forward-going team. They're very focused on their offense, and yet still Unknown Goats was able to pull off some great goal line saves. They were able to put in some beautiful individual mechanics there. I mean, Chrono was fat when he went for every one of those challenges to win the 50s, and the team was there to follow it off. It was such nice cohesion from the squad of the Unknown Goats. And on the desk beforehand, you guys did call us out for it. We didn't give them a lot of credit going into this game. Still, our predictions was right, but they took it way further than I think a lot of us were expecting, Muzz.
Yeah, they took it all the way right. it was so close. The Unknown Goats, game 4, game 5, they brought it back. Even game 6, it was close. Went to that long OT Ultrism and just, didn't have, I don't know what it was in the end there. Pirate J, we saw the back and forth action. There was a shot, there was a save, there was a shot, there was a save, there was a loose one. No second man came in at sometimes very crucial moments. It's way too dicey at the end.
And that was an interesting fact about this. Astronic came into this completely without dropping a game, and arguably they had like an easy run through Swiss and in that bracket, but certainly not one that was unchallenged. They still had to worry about a couple of their oppositions, and now they proved that they can bleed. And not just that, there were some moments, like Muzz says, where there were misses from both sides on goals that should have been cleaned up a little bit earlier. And Para, I'm interested as to how this might change the mentality of Astronic going into the grand finals.
The thing with Astronic and shooting on target is they've had the highest shooting percentage and shot counts of the entire event on average per game. So this is one of the best teams to do that, but they have to be tested. And that's what we talked about in the first half of the game is genuinely, they were scoring too many goals. What was one of the games? 7 goals, 8 goals that Astronic had.
Oh, yeah.
It was absurd. And so when will they be tested? When will Byrachu not have this ceiling play for free? When will Enyello not be able to work from the corner and backboard touch every single time and getting these for free? And it was finally Unknown Goats to challenge that in the second half of the series. And so now you're seeing Astronic have to formulate different strategies and get these high-flying challenges that they will absolutely see more of in the grand final.
Yeah, there was some great innovation. That's what you want to be seeing from a team that's going through to the grand finals. I mean, they did it with sublime ability there. Someone like Byrachu, that dribble where he spins the car 360. I had to ask the guys if there was a special name for that, just because it kind of deserves its own name there. So I'm calling it the Byrachu spin right now. Use it if you will. But that is a really good idea of what they have at their disposal going through there. And you see them going to face up against Team Mobula in the finals. And of course, you talked about them having to be tested. And this was a team that really could test them. I was so impressed with the way the Goats were coming together. I mean, I talked about Chrono being great on the 50s, but it was more than that. You know, he was able to utilize different strategies. If he wasn't cramped up in space, he was able to take a bit of an individual play, get some nice dribbles going there. I mean, we saw in the game that they won there, or the second game that they won at least, him winning big 50s and then following it through with pace, with good recoveries, putting in shots that were strong. And then if he was contested, you know, taking it onto the wall, getting the beautiful pass towards the center. And, you know, Glyfty was also making some great passes and velocity, living up to that name, coming through with the pace for it. Unfortunately, guys, we're not going to have an interview because we want to get into that grand finals as fast as possible. So, Muzz, any final thoughts here? You are still leading us on predictions, my friend.
Thank goodness, right? Thank goodness, right? How do I beat out your boy Q? It seems to be tied up here, Ultrism. It's been such a fantastic weekend, right? And just, yeah, when Chrono and the lads got a little bit disruptive, right? And Unknown Goats could cause chaos for Astronic. They won those games, and especially 4 and 5 there. But again, if you overreach and you give too much space, Astronic can shoot out of those corners. Then we saw Byrachu 2 from the corner as well. Unknown Goats 2 eye up. Just, yeah, sometimes you're aggressive, sometimes you're disruptive. There's a good combo of that, but at the end of the day, Unknown Goats, they just couldn't find that last OT.
It is very good. And Muzz, you're not actually going to be on the panel for us for the pre-show on our grand finals. And I'm very interested as the prediction savant that you are so far. Pyro, don't worry. I know you're just 1 point behind, so I do want to hear your thoughts as well. But Muzz, you are the one leading the predictions. Now that we've gotten to see these two teams that are in our finals and being tested against some of their highest level opposition, how are you feeling?
It's going to be 4-3, Team Mobula. I think I still see Team Mobula just being the team that you have to beat here as well. You know, Astronic have got that fire in the bellies and it can go to 7, but Team Mobula with that dub.
Oh, well, Pyro, you are going to be on the desk. So I've got my questions loaded and locked for you guys. I'm sure you guys are going to want to hear that. And I'm sure you're going to want to see the conclusion here of the Rlcs SSA qualifier number 4. Of course, we do still have our driver of the day. You've now seen everyone. Maybe you want to just hold it off until the end of the grand final, see if someone comes through. But there's definitely enough evidence. So go forward to acgl.gg/vote and choose which of our 12 players that we have available for you here today, and get yourself a couple of nice embers and start cashing them in. Otherwise, guys, we're going to take a very short break, and then we'll be back for the grand finals just after this. After all the chaos, the clash has come to a conclusion now on Championship Sunday. The finals waiting for us. Team Astronic there waiting for Team Mobula. The Team Astronic side definitely not as clean of a run to the finals there at the last hurdle, but certainly a fight for the Spanish here, a civil war, if you will, coming up in SSA, and a very interesting one. Bromeo, let's chat about this for a second, because you didn't get to comment on that last game. And yes, we do have Muzz back here. My apologies to Pyro. So you guys have already seen a bit of his insight. But Bromeo, talk to me about that last match.
Well, that last match threw me. I was expecting a lot more dominant performance from Astronic, but credit must go to Unknown Goats for some absolutely nutty plays. And I think a lot of that needs to go to Velocity and his quick reactions there, because his speed on the jump there just to get some of those goals was fantastic. But I honestly think that whole Byrachu Torres link up, absolutely mint. That is going to be a combo that'll stick together for a while. I'm sure of it. They are looking red hot right now.
Torres, such a good inclusion into this side, yeah. And Muzz, we did see something different there. You know, Torres chatted to us yesterday in the interview about what the SSA teams could do, and that was challenge a little bit more, you know, get on that defense and bolster that up a little bit. And I kind of felt that there, the Unknown Goats certainly took that advice to heart.
Yes, I mean, it's kind of a mixture, right? You know, a good mixture of that defense, but of course we saw so much attack in that game 4 and 5 and 6 coming out equally from the Unknown Goats. Of course, Chrono from those kickoff plays. And so, yeah, Ultrism, I think he was saying like SSA teams got to work on defense, got to make sure can you turn that into something good on the offense. You know, Unknown Goats, right? They play in Europe. They got British guys. They kind of have seen the 2K plus how it looks. And, you know, the slow start for them in 1 to 3. And then, yeah, they picked it up. They didn't get the timeout. They won game 4 somehow. And, you know, the rest is history. But it's a combination, right? Got to be good on that defense and find ways to transition forward. And Unknown Goats, they could do it. But then that OT just slammed them at the end.
Yeah, a little bit too much reliance on those kickoff goals there, and it's not something that you can really count on for the long-time series scores in a Game 7. But maybe with a couple of scrims, they'll be able to make it just that last hurdle next year. Right now, we focus on the two teams that are here. Astronic Skill Quest managing to come through the Swiss stage undefeated. Even in match number 1 for this yesterday's action, they did not drop a game, and then now managing to still come through with a very respectable 4-2. Mobula, though, really do come through as that very intimidating team, even on the weekend playoffs, not dropping a game against some tough oppositions. And we look now to this grand finals. Of course, 7 games. And so, Bromeo, I want to start with you. Let's chat about the two playstyles, because it is this Spanish bim bam that we talk about. Both teams really favoring not giving their opponents any sort of space.
See, I agree with that. Honestly, the speed at which they play, and I'm not even talking about boost consumption here, just the speed to the ball. Their decision making is lightning fast, and you're seeing these two Spanish teams, they play, I'd say, a somewhat similar game. Some of the goals have been absolutely electric, and most of them are scored before you realize the opportunity is there. And I think that's one of the biggest differences I've noticed in this lead up, and having watched these teams closer, the speed at which they get the first touch and the speed at which they get that shot off is immense. So I think you're going to see up those link-ups with VK Salen and Torres. Lioro, sorry, my apologies. And obviously on the other side, you're having a look at Byrachu and Torres. And those two, I think, are going to be, depending on how well they link up, is going to be the deciding factor in all of this. Having a look at the team comparison, I know that both teams are heading out with incredibly high goal rates. Astronic, because they haven't taken on, I think, the caliber that Mobula has going in, but this last game was a very good indicator of where Astronic is sitting, and you know, they came into the seeded second, and I think how this is going for them, I think that's fair.
Now, I'm very interested because someone we have to highlight, VK Salin, a person with previous Rocket League experience, or at least Rlcs experience outside of the region, has been doing a massive job in terms of demos throughout the day. And I'm interested in how those demos are going to affect, especially when both teams are so reliant on the pace of their gameplay. That surely means you're going to be disrupting some rotations at critical times.
Yeah, I think so, right? When they about 6 demos in one of those games as well, and so probably something here that we want to see Astronic Skill Quest watch out for, right? VK Salin, Rubik's, Leoro, they are able to disrupt any forward play that you have, and that's going to be important for a team like Skill Quest, right? Baichu carries that ball up front, waits for Torres, waits for Agnello to try get a drop down or a nice little kind of sneaky pass around the bend. And so, but if you cut out Baichu, if you cut out any of that transitional play forward right through someone like VK Salin, then you kind of disrupt that Astronic play altruism. And I'm sure, Team Mobula, they've had now a nice long best of series just to wait, just to kind of see, let's analyze Astronic. What do they do best? And, as you mentioned, maybe that physicalness going to be the real linchpin in what they can do.
I'm just taking a look across that shots tally there. The fact that VK Salin is leading the shot tally and just averaging out 3 per game, whereas 3.28 there for Agnello is the smallest shot tally here. That just kind of talks to the playstyle of these two teams, where you got the highly aggressive side of Astronic versus the more defensive mentality. And that's put it in inverted commas. I wouldn't say that Mobula is at any stage a defensive, but certainly very comfortable playing on their own baseline, Bromeo.
I think, even defensive or on their own baseline, I think they're just more calculated. I feel that every time I see Mobula construct a play, I feel like it feels intelligent. And basically what that translates to is they are prepared. They know what's coming and they adapt to it. Like we saw in that interview earlier, is that they say they adapt to whatever situation is in front of them, and they take that going forward, and they don't ever look too stretched. So I think in this head-to-head coming up now, we are possibly going to see the closest Mobula will in this entire format so far. And with respect to the Limitless being given there, and Limitless's tactic of attacking the ball, trying to reduce the space, I think was a good idea. If executed, I think it could have worked out. But we're talking about this game at hand right now. Both teams like to play with space, and I think that's what we're going to see.
Well, you guys are going to get to see it now. And so we're going to go to some predictions here. If you guys want to get involved in the predictions, of course, they're below. Hashtag ASTR for Astronic or hashtag Mob for Mobula. And on the panel here, very interested because this should theoretically be the closest game. We want it to be the closest game, all the way to a game 7, in my opinion. I'm very excited to see it. So let's start with our current leader, Muzz. How are you feeling on this prediction?
I mean, I think Team Mobula, as I said there earlier, I think Team Mobula versus Astronic, they just haven't felt pressured, I think, just yet, your Ultrism. They've had the close games, they've kind of stretched, they've definitely conceded, but they've been our strongest team here coming into this calls for, and I just think they're not going to stop now with the grand finals ahead of them, and they definitely aren't going to stop with Astronic ahead of them. So yeah, Team Mobula still to clean this one up.
All the way through there. And Bromeo, on paper, it certainly seems like Mobula doesn't match up by fractions of a percent towards this Astronic side. Do you think that it doesn't matter the numbers at the end of the day?
Look, I think numbers definitely count for something. Astronic hadn't dropped a game going into this grand final, but as you saw in the last game, they started to look a little bit fragile on the counter. They gave away some silly goals, and I haven't seen that from Mobula yet. So I think that Mobula has an easy one here. I think that this is definitely theirs to take.
Okay.
Easy one is a very confident statement there. I don't think it's going to be all the way, and I don't think it would be fair for the panel to give this all one-sided. See, the chat vote beside there is also an agreement. Still, about a 40% chance here that Astronic's going to take it, and I'm going to even this out a little bit. Through pure will, I believe Astronic, after their performance the whole weekend, deserves a lot of credit, and I think they could take this, but I think we're going to be going to a Game 7 nonetheless. So let's not waste any more time. The whole weekend be building up to this. It is our grand finals in qualifier number 4. Team Astronic versus Team Mobula.
The unmovable object meets the impenetrable force. The best attackers of Astronic's skill quest meet the best defenders of Team Mobula. But in the end, only one can shine through in our first grand final and our road to the London Major here in Sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah, they say defense wins championships, Mocked Fish, so maybe you're already putting your chips in for Mobula the way you're putting that one. A couple players from this Mobula squad know what it's like to win championships and to win at the RLCS level. They take to the stage in SSA to add to that trophy case.
Adding to that trophy case, the aim of maybe this man in the air right here, VK Salen, his one already filled. And maybe with that opening goal, one more to add to the tally indeed.
Very well. I see that VK Salen got credit for that goal. And I'll tell you what, while he's maybe the biggest name on the field, he isn't the one to claim the fame to the goals. It's been the off-the-ball pressure from VK Salen, topping the charts from demos, as well as average speed and boost consumption. Keep an eye out for VK when he's off the ball as well.
Yeah, VK doing so much for this team just to enable both Rubix and Leoro. And then, of course, let's talk about the other two. Rubix coming in here as the playmaker for Team Mobula, setting up Leoro countless times, and Leoro, the prime finisher, playing out of Madrid still. They said they have to sort of play around him. They let him chase a bit. They let him be aggressive, and it clearly does work out. Leoro uses a 100 boost there, gets the reset, still keeping the Astronic defense honest.
And seeing Leoro comfortably hold that ball in the air is already dangerous for what it means to Astronic. That is your top goal scorer here from Mobula, and a player that was climbing the leaderboard rankings of 2v2 not so long ago with VK Salen. So Leoro, the greatest challenge against the goal line for Astronic.
Certainly the one player that Astronic has to be more than wary of when it comes to the offense. But of course, Astronic have their own incredible attackers to their sides. Torres shots have been nothing short of absolutely perfectly placed. Byrichu, always a danger, but Agnello also the third Hydra set, and there he is! Normally the playmaker, this time the finisher.
Normally, to defeat the defensive Mobula, you've got to outplay them. This time, it's outsmarted. The faked shot removes two defenders on the goal line for the first goal of Astronic.
That first goal certainly coming now for Astronic, and we have a bit more of a tentative start, I feel like, after that kickoff goal. VK Salen said, okay, yeah, it's a good goal, but a lot of Rocket League left to be played, and Astronic not disheartened by it either. Both teams knowing that the best of 7 in the grand finals is a new situation for both of them. They have to deal with that pressure first, then they can deal with what's at hand.
And the pressure is building. Across the midfield line, VK Salen trails this ball, little dribble off the backboard, does reach the face of the goal, but Rubix not keen to diving in quite yet. Boost utilized, but no 50-50 gathered by Rubix as Taurus carries this ball from the side wall. It's left off for Byrichu, but VK Salen no trouble in contending that. All-up won't come through. Immediate dive on the ball. The lunge from Leoro from half court meets the net.
A lunge from Leoro, and in the fence you can see Torres stretching, trying to reach, but in the end his card just a tiny bit too short, not able to get onto that rocket out of Leoro's own half. And it's not the first time that we've seen Leoro this weekend pulling out that exact shot out of his own half with a lot of power when the defense not really prepared for such a banger.
is absolutely true, and it won't be the last. The counterattack plays from Team Mobula are something that is just so scary. However, oh, wow, Byrachu goes for the demolition instead of the shot. That was a close chance there. Mobula, a team that loves to play for the counterattack. However, you have to defend the shots before you can get a counter. Shot after shot coming in right now from Erstronic. Mobula will get a moment to rest here.
Side moment, that ball already coming back. Byrachu again looking for the dunk, but the quick little 1-2 is so dangerous between VK and Rubik's. Immediately turning to offense, getting away out of their own orange side. And once more, that quick counter, like you said at their Pyro, it's so dangerous every time they move that ball forward. VK looking for Rubik's, but the ball too far across. Not able to be getting latched onto, but still, no time to retrieve. No pressure relief whatsoever by Erstronic.
We're talking so much about the counterattack game, you gotta wonder if Erstronic are ready for it. They average the most shots per game out of this entire event here for this qualifier number 4. And so with all that possession, with all that shot taking, are they ready to fend off the breakaways? So far, they've fended off some, but not all. They're still trailing here in the final minute and cannot get that ball in front of the net.
Mobula doing a great job, in all honesty, to keep that ball, whenever Erstronic do push forward, to keep that ball in the corner, to keep that ball near the sidewall in relatively safe territories. That's the strength of the defense. No less, of course, than, well, conceding the least goal of any team this entire regional, whilst having played pretty much all of the top competition up until now. But Byrachu puts another one on target. Brilliantly saved by Rubik's.
It's registered as a shot, I want to say, that was hitting the post, but nevertheless, Mobula were guarding the goal line in these final moments. They'll nail the goal line on the opposite side as well. VK Salen for the third.
And with that recovery off the sidewall, little time for Agnello to adjust, and too little time for Agnello to adjust. Surely the nail in the coffin of game number 1. Mobula being kept honest, though, by this region's best offense, but they show themselves that they are no strangers to scoring a lot of high-quality goals.
That's a fact. High-quality goals. Just no more time to be found here. Seconds have trailed off the clock. Triple zeros are there, and Mobula continue their undefeated streak in playoffs. Haven't dropped a single game and are keen to keeping that record, Mucht.
Not dropping a single game ever since their round 3 fixture against 9 Lies. Mobula 8 on the trot, 9 on the trot now. It would be something to have the entire playoff bracket in a perfect sweep, but I feel like we're...
It was balanced, yeah.
I think if my only critique would be this, is that sometimes your preparedness works against you. And
He's like too prepared, bro.
They took out the other team to eliminate Limitless. So they are, as you could say, the top of the region right now. It's just securing that position that everyone's titling them as. And they're doing it quite well so far. But I'll tell you what, Mocked, there is that special spice of the Erstronic attack that I love seeing test Mobula's defense. The shots that are fired top corner by Byrachu and set up by Agnello are still to come.
Yeah, that's still to come. And also, in that game 1, Torres, I feel like that one addition that we spoke about earlier and spoke on the panel about as well, being like, oh, why would you drop Mario? Mario was top goal scorer. Because Torres is just that good on offense. His shots, oftentimes on low boosts, have been absolutely phenomenal. But he's been subdued. No shot for Torres registered in that first game. Trying to be a bit more of the facilitator, but I wonder if that playstyle adaptation by Erstronic to have Torres be a bit more passive is the correct course forward.
The path forward may appear unclear for Erstronic, but sometimes that first goal is the toughest. They've got that under their belt. However, Leoro is a master in putting the ball under the crossbar, does just that in the first 30.
Leoro, again, the early goal after the kickoff for Team Mobula and their supporters. They will surely now say Vamos Mobula with their second lead in the second game. Still early doors, lots of time for Astronic to come back, and we also know what Astronic's offense is capable of. We can't stop talking about it. There's one shot from Torres. One shot, one goal.
There it is. And some of these passes you gotta be a bit more aware of. That midfield near the net is just way too free. Standing stranded on the goal line is Mobula as they allow the first for Astronic.
First allowed, and Torres announcing himself here in game 2 onto the scene and onto the pitch really for this grand final, saying, you know, don't worry, I'm still around. I can well do a good and offensive third man position as well. Here does Torres perfectly shown here from him, but for now that's only the equalizer. Astronic, I feel like in order to really get settled into this grand final, they need a leading goal.
Oh, they would love a lead, and Yellow will be denied of it. Bumped off the play. VK Salen assisting Leoro in that clear, and VK with more to offer here. Under the ball, quarter tank a boost, flip reset to the mid, but Torres cuts off. Talked about the impact of this player. Highest average score in a game across this event. He is always involved in the play from Astronic and has to be involved in this save. Clears to the corner.
Play it into the corner for now, but Leoro, quick rotation, the cut. Trying to keep the ball deep inside that blue half. Again, cutting across the face of play this time to cut away with VK. Maybe not the best idea. VK getting around now. Astronic being slowly but surely lured and kept in their own half. But that noose that was trying to be stretched across their neck just got a little bit wider.
Yeah, some breathing room here. Byrachu fills the gaps and still on the sidewall, but placed to the ground instead, searching for maybe a bump, a demo, but evades Leoro. VK Salen, a long clear. Leoro wants all the piece of the pie and more. Double tap was a bound, but taking off the play, aloft high. VK Salen meets it, puts it down, crossbar. Oh, and Rubik's the backflip. So they just couldn't get the follow to go. So how about the breakaway? No, Byrachu, not enough sauce.
Not enough sauce, maybe just lacking a tiny bit of boost to get to that ball in any meaningful way. But there's Torres, an opportunistic challenge out of midfield, finds its way in the back of the net.
How do you beat Mobula? Well, take them off guard. Take the game to them. VK Salen thinks I've got all the time to handle this ball. Not quite. Immediate challenge from Torres gets them to their lead. Their first mocked of this series.
First one, and a welcome one. Not a short-lived one for Torres, made that miraculous stop there on the goal line. But now maybe Astronic can show us what they are best at, and that is ruthless offense, and Yellow gets involved. There's the third.
I haven't been able to speak about this enough, but that corner, specifically the left corner of their opponent, is gold for Yellow. He's got his name somewhere stamped in that area. Normally, it's a pass high near the ceiling because he stays on the backboard and works out these majestic angles. But that time around, he knew he could finish the play. Wonderful shot there. And if Astronic can continue to allow Yellow to play from that position and feed passes like that, the magic, you'll just continue to see it.
And Yellow perhaps just an arrow left merchant. Oh, certainly a defensive merchant here. And Yellow, an absolutely incredible stop yet again. Not the first one we've seen this series overall from Astronic. And I doubt that it'll be the last, with the inside of the post, keeping it out and now trying to move into an offensive position. Torres looking for Byrachu, and the bear is nearly biting down. Rubik's had something to say about it though.
He had some bear spray. He's like, hold on, I have the antidote here. Nice read. And Rubik's actually cutting rotation just to clear this ball to the corner for a moment. How about the long clear to Leoro? The midfield contest has been exquisite, actually, from Astronic. Do not allow for the easy midfield passes. Turn the shots, however, Rubik's does take that shot. Pass not going to quite meet Torres. He peels off the play as VK Salen intercepts it. Leoro, air dribble and full boost. Flip reset gathered. Utilizes it. Almost never plays it to the ground. Bullying is VK. Bump on the play, but no one there to finish it for the mob.
7-10 split at the end there. They tried to go bowling, but unfortunately they were denied by possibilities beyond them. And now they have to try once again. Rubik's an opportunistic shot out of midfield. Yellow's just going to leave that for Torres. We're just going to call that calm and collected because I don't think that's what the players were feeling.
Oh, they'll be feeling this though. I think they're feeling pretty happy. Yeah, some awkwardness on the goal line, and taking advantage is Mobula. 1, 2, 3, everyone involved for the 1-goal game.
And VK Salen, you told about it at the start of game 1, Pyro. Don't look for him necessarily on the ball. Look for what he does off the ball. 2 demos, completely opening up the box. Completely opening up the scoring opportunity here for Team Mobula. And they shall reap the rewards that they have sown. Maybe even get to overtime. And Yellow blocking that one crucially from his counterpart from Rubik's.
Huge from Yellow, and can they close the envelope here? Can they put the stamp and deliver it? Maybe not. Rubik's has a package prepared for VK Salen. No shot hits the ground as Yellow is the last to play. Astronic gather a win against Mobula.
Astronic limp over the finish line, but they will reach it first. Mobula have to lose their first game in this playoff bracket. Mobula to lose the first game since Swiss round number 2. It was 12 unbeaten games, but that streak just found its ending.
Yeah, and you know what's funny is we turn to these face cams. You got VK on the top, you got Rubik's on the left. Leo, we'll get one someday.
We'll get one.
It's the countenance is no different. Their face has always determined whether it's win or loss. That is the mark of an experienced professional in this game, right, Mocked? I think maybe even you spoke about it before, but win or loss, VK Salen just dialed in.
Yeah. Like the only pop-off I've seen is after the first goal of the first kickoff in game 1 from VK, when it was a bit euphoric maybe, but that cost him dearly about 20 seconds later. So the best course of action for them, of course, is to not let emotions rule their head. That's exactly what you don't want to see. Never let emotions rule your head. Otherwise, you're going to be in big trouble, because when that adrenaline dies down, well, that's where the fall off happens, and that's where concentration just no longer is going to be with you. However, concentration needs to be with the teams here as we go into game 3, all square, and basically now in a best of 5.
Think of Kobe's mentality. Job's not done. Job's not done. Till it's done, then you celebrate, and celebration is delayed. Not until we dictate a winner. And Astronic, well, they want to convince everybody that they are just as capable. They have with the game to win. However, these first 30 seconds are always so dangerous for them of Astronic. Mobula always find a way to score, but this time around, it's guarded.
This time around, no way into the back of the net, just finished off very shortly before that. So 30 seconds have now come and gone. No early goal here for Mobula. We've entered open play for the first time without a goal in the opening stages. Leoro and VK Salen are already hunting once more. They are hungry for blood.
Oh, they're starving. They want it. And VK Salen's going to start off another approach. How about Byrachu on the read? The pre-flip, the challenge to set up the shot. And Yellow flip reset down. But Leoro prepared for it. You need somebody to be diving in. You need your third of Torres ready to lunge at the ball. But that was not the approach. Still tied, are we, after the first minute?
Still tied after the first minute, but then Yellow might have something to say about it. Tries to fake it below. Byrachu takes over into the corner. For now, only one for Astronic in the opponent's half. And Yellow will make sure he does get back up. Another opportunistic shot from Yellow, and then once more, it's from that left corner of his.
It is. Keep an eye on it. However, Rubik says, keep an eye on me as the shot comes through. And Yellow from that corner to the back line makes the save. Sent away, and then Yellow full boost to take this next 50-50. Leoro is just bigger. Bullying Byrachu. Running into Torres. It's calamity on the goal line, but they'll still find their challenge. They'll still find their clear. As a reset is needed. This is way too slow. Demolition from VK Salen. Leoro pops up for VK. But Astronic survive and advance.
Survive, advance, and already put another shot on target. VK having to scratch that one out from the top 90. Unfortunately, for Astronic though, VK was there, so 0-0 still the scoreline. Moving forward, Byrichu into the center. There's Agnello, there's an open net for Agnello. Role reversal for Astronic Skill Quest. Byrichu setting up Agnello this time.
Wow, and how do you even take the challenge against Byrichu there? The positioning behind the ball is nearly sublime. If you hit the ball, it runs right back down to your goal line. So existing options for an exit are hardly even there for Mobula as Astronic coordinate a decisive attack.
That decisive attack, the only difference maker thus far in this game. Number 3, Rubix. Now full boost and full ball control, gets good flick up high. Torres has to contend with VK Salen in the air, already pre-jump. Leoro, big whiff from him. Rubix has to make sure that those whiffs don't have any consequences. But we see uncharacteristic mistakes creeping their way now into that Mobula play. Those are more misses, I think, in this game than we've seen this entire regional prior.
Yeah, you can't afford to do that. At the grand finals, gotta land your shots, and Leoro can't quite do that. Maybe he expected the challenge a bit quicker, so he wanted to still work it off the backboard. Either way, Mobula struggling to even get this ball towards the net, Mocked. I mean, they're getting these demos, they're getting the bumps, but it's worth absolutely nothing.
And that's the problem for Mobula. Their game plan is not working anymore here, and they are running into the best offense of the region. Torres, a perfectly weighted pass center, and then it's Byrichu to poach it home. Just have to put his hood on there. But that is enough. And the third one might be coming up. This kick on Yellow's shot barely wide.
Oh, you know he wanted that because here come Mobula looking to take advantage of the mistake. VK Salen, from the backboard. Leoro too deep on the play. And Byrichu already the other end. VK reads it well. Knows that's not on target, but the follow-up could be. Leaves it for Leoro. Torres the next. He's expecting that long clear. Pre-jumps it nearly. Almost there for the dunk. Back to the corner we go on Yellow. Targeting Rubix on that challenge. Possible pinch play. Everybody's at the midfield here for Mobula to try and coordinate attack. They really have to start risking it, Mocked. 1 minute, 2-goal separation.
Leoro has a reset. Leoro uses the reset. There's one. That's the first for Mobula, and they know kickoffs generally have been in their favor coming into this last minute.
Feels like Mobula are trying to reset to get that counterattack glory that we know them for, and taking to the sky certainly assisted them. The flip reset play from Leoro is exactly what they needed. However, the lead and the tie still yet to be seen from the Mobula.
That tie might be coming though. Rubik's low shot. Torres ready for it. Leoro for the second follow up. That's underneath the crossbar, but once again, they run into the brick wall of Torres. VK, that's a smart pass. The shot is good, but it's still not good enough.
And Yellow, I've talked about the magic on the offensive side, but the defense, that save on the goal line is wonderful. However, job's not finished. As we said, 20 seconds remaining. VK bumped away. Torres behind the ball. Rubik's out to the corner and gets a second touch on it. In the rotation is Yellow striking towards the net. And Leoro says, I can save your shots as well. Down to the other side, but in the hands of Torres, the ball lies. He's taking his time on this clear. And Yellow separates himself from the play. Torres brings it down to the ground. It's not dead quite yet. Popped up in the air. Rubix can't find himself under. And Astronic find a second win in a row.
A second win in a row for Astronic Skill Quest. And suddenly, Mobula down in a series here against Astronic, and down in a series where they possibly believe they don't necessarily need to be down. Astronic just having 2 good breakaway opportunities, but then turtling in defense, and those last stops, Pyro, they were just magnificent, weren't they?
They were. I mean, they were just about unbelievable. And Yellow gets a Savior's Medal. Torres had 5. I mean, the effort on the defensive line is making the Mobula reconsider their attacks and say, maybe we do need to get a little more unique. VK Salen, maybe we need more demolitions. Maybe we need more air dribble bumps. Something to get them out of the way because they are looking impenetrable. Now, the last time that Team Mobula were down in the series was actually when they played Limitless in Swiss. They conceded the first game to them and then proceeded to win the next 3. So, Mock, do you think the bounce back is just as good?
Oh, the bounce back is going to be there. 100%. Like, we cannot discount how well Mobula has been playing. We cannot discount how good they've been overall, right? So, to say now they're down and under and they don't have the mentality to come back, I think that would be too much. Way too much to be saying. For now, though, they do have a new situation that they're facing. The question is now, how do they use it? They've also not elected to use their timeout, so they are clearly still confident that they can win. But what are they? There's some minute details that are still not quite hit there, aren't they?
Yet to be seen, indeed. But we have game number 4 to find out. So let's get right into it. Astronic lead in the series. They've reached the halfway mark to win their first regional in SSA. And now the path, though it becomes clear, seems to only get tougher. Torres has to get a save initially in the first 10 seconds.
Immediately already back on the back line, there is Astronic on yellow. That's a smart touch. He gets a pass ball, but Rubik's already there, and this time Rubik's and Team Mobula will not be denied.
We said the strategy needed to be changed, and Rubik's, the primary assister of the team, is going to strike instead. Everyone called to action from Team Mobula.
Everyone called to action now. With the lead behind them, they can try and play their more usual style of trying to constrict their opponents in their own half. Leoro, that's a costly sight from Torres there, and of course Torres has the read. Immediate mistake and immediately punished.
Mistakes are few and far between for Team Mobula, but a team that will win against them is a team that's prime and ready to punish. There's your equalizer early on from Astronic.
Early equalizer. That's gonna be, well, not something unusual for this series here, Pyro, but certainly something that they don't want to get used to on the side of Astronic, because of course we know how dangerous and how explosive Mobula can and will be on offense. Again, more demos flying in. VK looking for Rubik's, but cannot find him on the pitch.
I mean, I'm afraid to say that maybe Mobula, your playstyle's starting to be downloaded by Astronic. Two things have been consistent all the time. They play for the counterattacks and they play for the demos from VK. Yet, resilient as ever, have been Astronic. You wonder if that timeout needed to be called to adapt the strategy a bit, and if Astronic will continue to work against it.
Now it almost becomes a tactical battle, more so 4D chess in the head than anything on the Rocket League pitch. It is about what you expect of your opponent. It is about what your opponent can adapt, will change. All those questions now in the head, of course, not just of the players, but of the coaches in the background. Both Vidal and, of course, Bay Jesus for their respective teams. Vidal for Astronic and Bay Jesus for Mobula. They are going to be crafting new strategies as we speak.
Oh, indeed. And in real time, we'll see the attempts of the players. VK Salen a long clear out to Leoro. It's golden. Perfect connection. Ending in a Leoro strike.
And if in doubt, just keep the old trustworthy strat intact. Give the ball to Leoro in a dangerous position, and that man, he will score. Leoro, once more, Team Mobula's lifeline when it comes to actually putting the ball into the net.
They love those breakaway 2v2 situations. Oh my god, VK Salen is just on the opponent's goal line looking for boost to steal and players to bump. It's disruption enough. Lane acquired for Rubik's.
And he gets that 100 boost on the respawn as well, just to aid him in furthering his team's effort. So scoring that third goal and just honestly just rubbing salt in the wound. Imagine you're being demoed, the guy rotates out, just immediately gets your 100 boost and then assists the goal. That's just rude.
By the way, if anyone's watching the player cams, VK Salen performing a monologue after that goal, like telling his team, this is what we need to do. Keep doing more of it. The strategy hasn't changed as VK is going to score again here. It just got implemented better.
The execution, always, of course, an important thing. When you have an idea, the idea might be good, but the execution is lacking. I think that's sort of what we saw a bit in Game 2 and Game 3 from Team Mobula, but right here, execution has been turned up a notch, and Mobula, well, they're angry, and the bear certainly has been poked.
Yeah, VK Salen exhibiting leadership in this game, not only in the playstyle, but in the comms. How far will it proceed? Will Astronic gather a response? Torres is off the ball. The remaining 2 players contend for that 50-50. VK Salen playing this to the corner as well. Also, if you're backboard in yellow, you're off the ball. Byrachu has to read that from the backboard. Disrupted, perturbed are Astronic as they attempt to get out of their half.
They might attempt it, but they will not be successful in their endeavors. No player with the necessary clairvoyance to find open lanes. And on the other hand, you've got a demon on the loose. VK Salen on the loose on the backboard. And on the back post, finding bumps, finding demos. And Rubik's poking this one home.
You know, I don't have the stat with me right now, Mocked, but it sort of feels like Astronic are averaging 2 players on the field at a time. It's like a full tilt power play from Mobula at all times. The demos rain in from VK at every moment.
I wish I had that stat with me, because it certainly feels that way, doesn't it? With the amount of bumps, the amount of demos that VK is now being able to get, also in the more effective positions. You talked about it at the end of Game 2, where as Byrachu puts that one by the net, where the demos weren't really effective. They were still coming out, but they didn't have any effect. Here, they certainly are a lot better placed by VK.
A demo is as good as no demo if it's not timely, and that's certainly been a flip of the switch here in game number 4 for Mobula to gather their advances and get together this incredible lead here. Even after that goal from Astronic, it still feels a bit out of the realm for them to make this comeback, maybe against Unknown Goats. In the semifinals, they've made comebacks like this, but against Mobula, they have other ideas in mind as we're down to that final minute.
Final minute and 3 goals to score. That would be quite the comeback indeed here by Astronic. They will certainly be trying as Torres gets a pass one, gets it into the center as well for Byrachu. But no one really there to put a quick shot on target. You need to make that happen nearly. Torres into on yellow, good idea, but execution just a tiny bit off.
Rubik's holding onto that flip, decides not to use it. Sends it to the backboard. The win condition is keeping this ball in your control, and that double reset immediately from VK Salen definitely keeps Astronic on their toes. Counterattack, though, is there. Torres, very close, but the angle is a bit too tight. Rubik's down to the midcourt line, and that should do it, Mobula. No need to call the timeout. The adaptation comes through in a timely effort as we tie up our series. We have at least a Game 6 on our hands for the grand final here, Mocked Fish. What do you make of it?
At least that Game 6. I mean, it's deserving of a series that is very interesting stylistically. It's not maybe the most entertaining series to watch as a neutral because of a lack of goals. I mean, I think for that, in that matter, Unknown Goats and Astronic had the most interesting one in that regard. But here it's almost this push and pull between the two. They're playing tug of war, and right now neither is winning. Neither can have that decisive little push towards their own side to make the opponent really crumble.
Part of what's frustrating as well is you have all these shots gathered, but only 2 saves each from either team. I mean, it's for like, I think for Astronic, they just don't have the players on the goal line to make the save. And then, you know, for Mobula, not that many shots are even being registered. That's 4 shots from Astronic. So both teams, but especially Astronic, struggling for that tighter game. Nevertheless, Mobula, this is the game that they absolutely needed, Mockfish. A convincing victory, not just a win, but 5 goals again and again and again, and especially the demos and disruption in their favor. They have grasped control back of the series.
Yeah, they're now in control, right? They are surely just now downloading again what Astronic is doing to them. It is once more that adaptation of your opponent's adaptation, right? I feel like Astronic wanted to take that game one off. I feel like Astronic wanted to wait and see what does Mobula bring and then adapt from there. It worked, but now the counters come in. This is where the tactical elements come in. This is where high-level Rocket League really excels at, where all 6 players are just so in the zone that every single detail is counting. As we move on to Aquadome, the Salty Shores will not crown a victor here, but they will put one of the two on match point.
It'll put a team down in the series as we head down to the Salty Shallows, and Yellow pass up the backboard. And by the way, the first demo there did come from Astronic, so and a second one from Yellow. So they're fighting fire with fire today, Mock.
I mean, sometimes that works, though. Those 2 demos may be just a tiny bit inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, but surely announcing to your opponents, no, we're still here. You may have just beaten us 5-2. But we are not to be trifled with. And we will make you pay on any sort of mistake. Byrachu looking for the side wall read, gets it on target, but lacking power.
That one had promise, but again, yes, did not reach the net. Defenders well in position to knock it away. Byrachu climbs the corner as Torres orients himself around the ball. The backboard, a long clear from VK Salen to reset. Byrachu, the catch. The boost, despite being on 70 or 80, wants it all to spin it around to the other side.
And that push is now led by Byrachu down that left flank. Oh, he delays it! Oh, but nearly makes it work. VK Salen ready for it, washed with every bit of experience that he had, and he used it to full effect, but it might not matter. Leoro magically keeps that out of his own net.
A maddening save. I'm not sure how it never reached the net or the back of it, but we're still here to play. Tied up 0-0. Rubik's from the side, and Yellow back down to Byrachu. Leoro never leaving their position, contesting it instead, and those challenges help Team Mobula a lot to make sure Astronic don't gather control of this game yet. They'll try even further. VK Salen against Torres, a momentary 1v1. He's faked away. Almost beating 2 is VK Salen.
Almost beating 2. First dangerous opportunity now registered in favor of Mobula, but it will not matter. Torres, smart delay on the pass, and Byrachu, well, in the best Byrachu manner possible, slots it top corner.
Like bait to a fish, Torres allowing the demo teammate to come there. And he gets outsmarted a bit too easily. Again, VK Salen hammering away at the comms, talking to his team ferociously to get them in gear and get them in the lead. They're gonna have to work for it here as they find themselves trailing, but that's a great pass. Leoro open, look, and it's in.
One double commit, one of the first double commits that we've seen in defense from Astronic, and this one with grave consequences indeed. And I can see still Torres talking emotive as ever. The Spaniards, such flamboyant people, such passionate people when it comes to any sort of sport. If anyone has watched a football game ever, then they surely know what I'm talking about. But it doesn't even stop there. It transcends into Rocket League. It transcends here, and it may be the one thing they need now for this final stretch of the Grand Finals.
Byrachu in search of Torres. One defender there, VK. Send it away. Leoro doesn't want to give the open look, so in Yellow. No shot there. Leoro high for VK Salen. He pauses, waits for the next touch, and that net is wide open. Rubik's gets the second.
Rubik's with the second one, but did not want to go through. Byrachu thought he had a beat and then just turned away from the save. He thought someone was behind, someone was at the back post, but no one was there. And still, the lead for Mobula, the result. One little slip up in communication, and that is what you'll get for it as Rubik's put in the third after the kickoff.
Yeah, slip up here and a slip up there. Astronic having a hard time setting their feet on the ground. Gaining some of that grounding here off the kickoff is Mobula as they extend their lead to 2. Mobula have done a great job in this game and the last of getting the favor back in their hands and getting all that momentum on their side. It's up to Astronic to adapt mid-game.
It's a dirty little word, right? Momentum that we so like to use on broadcast. But it felt like momentum was with Astronic in the opening stages of this game. They were certainly passing the eye test. They were certainly ticking all the right boxes. But in the end, the only box that needs to be taken, the only one that matters, is that one in the very top center of our screens, is that scoreboard. And that speaks a very clear language in favor of Mobula. But for how long? Byrichu with a belt of a goal.
That's a language Byrichu speaks. Power shots at the net. Good luck getting in front of that one. And you can see Mobula, they try to deny these shots. They try to intercept as quickly as possible because of that. Byrichu has so much venom behind those goals.
So much venom, and suddenly all within the realm of possibility again. For Astronic skill quest, Torres, 30 boosts to his name. What can he do? He's looking for Byrichu, but not finding Byrichu. VK Saiyan will make sure of that.
Hero flick here across the face of the goal, and VK Saiyan puts it down. You might have thought there wasn't an angle to the goal, but VK finds a way.
VK does indeed find his path and find the way through. Poised to take this one into a match point, into a regional winning point for Mobula is VK and Co. But still, they've got 1 more minute to survive here in game number 5.
For Astronic, it feels like it's 1 step forward,
Oh,
2 steps back. Yeah, that's a dirty fake, and Yellow and Byrichu there, though, to bail them out. And 40 seconds less than that to make for 2 goals. Popped up high, Torres with full boost, takes straight to the net. It's open, but it's not in. The shot's off the crossbar, one that needed to go through. Byrichu can't win on the 50.
He needed to place that there. He needed to go for the lob. Thought that VK was still in the contention, but VK bumped out by Byrichu. Torres not anticipating that. One of the rare lapses of concentrations in offense from Astronic that we've ever seen. And that one might be the last one they will have in game number 5. The last one of consequence, at least, because this game has been won by Mobula.
There it is, 2 in a row from Mobula. And that is match point in the grand finals as well. And it's been a long journey for both teams. One undefeated at one point, the other hadn't lost a game as well, but now they've gone toe-to-toe with each other. Now they find themselves into game number 6. And I don't know if everyone was seeing that Astronic would take it this far, Mucked Fish. Do you think they got it in them to go game 7?
Surely, right? Surely. Even though statistically it's looking like Mobula was in control of this game, I still feel like if Astronic uses one or two of their chances that they had in the opening half, we could have been looking at a very, very different game number 5 here. We could have been looking at an Astronic win here in game number 5, and in the end, yeah, stats speak a clear language. 13 shots in favor of Mobula, only 6 registered for Astronic, and so do Astronic. They call their timeout. They want that extra minute to just rest and to talk about what needs to happen for the final 2 games.
No problem with that. Take to the face cams of Mobula, and Rubix is gonna take a jump here real quick to take a break and ease the mind. I don't think that's a problem at all. I've heard a lot
Get the blood flowing
between Rocket League teams. Yeah, and a lot of the timeouts sometimes are just taken to reset the mental, to be cool-headed and have a clear mind going into the next game. Mobula with not a lot to worry about other than keeping that mental strong. For Astronic, though, I want to talk a little bit about the clutch factor in their semifinals in game number 6, this one we're going into. They were down 2-3 with 20 seconds remaining, they score an equalizer, then win in overtime, about 3 minutes in or so. So if you want to talk about ice cold, yeah, the experience is on the side of VK Salen here at this stage of the RLCS, but and the cool-headedness does seem to be there for Astronic as well.
Yeah, I think at this point you sort of expect the cool head to be right. We're still in the grand finals, so I think both teams have shown over this regional, Astronic of course over last split as well, that that they are more than capable of winning in clutch situations. But can they do it now? Can they do it against possibly the best team that they've ever faced? That is the question, and that will be the question asked of them. And also a sign of quality for them. Should they win this Game 6, then Game 7, Champions Field, everything can happen there. We know that, but first, Astronic has to reach that point.
The Rocket League fan wants to see Champions Field, but none of Mobula will want to see that sighting. They want to close this book right here, right now, and start their SSA debut off right. I'd say they're on the right side of the path here to start.
It's a brilliant little 50-50 there from Leoro, and one that just goes a tiny bit awry, though, to be fair to Astronic's defense. And then VK Salen in the position to punch it in, to punch it home. But this is not the first early lead that VK and co from Team Mobula have gotten, and this wouldn't be the first equalizer either for Astronic.
Think about the path to victory here for Astronic, and in the last 2 games that Mobula have won, Astronic have only scored 2. That has not been enough to win the game, and with the first goal from Mobula already coming, I don't think it will be in game number 6. They've got to find a way to be more efficient on attack, including the possession they're working on right now.
Have to be a bit more efficient here. Byridge, first of all, has to make that read. Water falling down. 2 misses. Rubik's back into that corridor of uncertainty, but no follow-up. Leoro still, well, undisposed, having to get boost in his own back corner, so no second goal here for Mobula. But what hasn't happened yet, maybe down the road, maybe still to come. For now though, Byridge looking for Torres, only finding the defender.
I feel like this game number 6 has been a little too quiet. We have had the goal from Mobula, but we haven't had a demo from VK Salen. There it is. Before I could even call it out, it comes through. He's still at hunting as Torres finds a demo for himself. And Byridge, look at all this boost. Flip resets there. Pass 1. Leoro prepared on the backboard. It may not matter. Torres trying to bump everybody out of the way, but it just won't work. Mobula find a way out.
And Torres bumping VK into the clear. That is even more unfortunate, even more frustrating here for Astronic, who are now hunting for demos themselves. Byridge leaving the ball, just going for third man on the side of Mobula. Torres in the meantime having to defend, but Torres not able to defend. Rubix with the 2-0, a crucial goal in Mobula's quest.
Not all mistakes are priced the same. Here in grand finals, when your opponents are on match point, that one costly as ever. A misread in the corner leads to an open look for Mobula for the second goal.
Second goal. Now, of course, with that 2-goal lead. They're not out of the woods just yet, but they do have a bit of comfort to them. They may have found a little branch under which they could seek shelter, and that branch is not going to snap, at least for now. It might not grow into a big tree.
There's a gust of wind though, right? Which is like prohibiting it from getting that growth right now. Oh God, and that's gonna be a windstorm. That's a tornado. Bring out the rumble items if you have to. 3 in the lead of Mobula. The path is clear, the finish line in sight.
And I wonder if Torres was tagged there on the backboard by Leoro, because it certainly seemed that way. That jump seemed a bit inhibited by Leoro. Again, physicality though, a factor for Team Mobula, a factor in their offensive play. Certainly not the only play they have, but one of their most dangerous ones.
Astronic have to be ignited right now. It is truly now or never. They got the ball off the backboard, but it's just not enough. Counterattack there. VK Salen saw the clear coming, so got in front of it in time. Leoro, an attempted redirect. just doesn't meet the net. Astronic have to make some kind of challenge here. They can't. Quicker to the ball is Mobula. Quicker to the field. And these opportunities they are. What a pass from VK Salen.
Rubix gets the first clean beat, then VK Sane with the pre-flip pass, leaving Leoro just to punch it home. About 100 seconds left, 4 goals to lead. Mobula, not just poised, not just in the driver's seat, but virtually with more than 1.5 legs through the door, called champions of SSA.
Sweep in the quarters, a sweep in the semis. Astronic, they brought the resistance, but they don't have the composure. Another open look runs dry for Astronic, and another long clear meets the net from Leoro. It seems we started the scoring in this manner from Mobula, and we may just end it that way as well.
And this may just be the start of the victory lap for Team Mobula. You said it, 2 sweeps back to back in the playoff bracket, and Astronic are giving them stiff resistance, and they will no doubt be still giving them stiff resistance, but it seems like the spirits have been broken. A 6 from Leoro, half a dozen from Mobula.
They don't want any question marks, no asterisks on this win. Simply a win at that, convincing as ever, with the lead up to 6-0. And I think now maybe you can start to see some smiles creasing on the faces of Mobula. They've got a lead that simply cannot be endured by Astronic.
Only a minute, that would be certainly, I think, an historical comeback. We don't have the stats for it, but I don't think I've heard of it ever happening. Nonetheless, of course, will we see any sort of memery? Will we see any sort of trickery? The Brazil, still an opportunity in that field. Awful to say in a grand final.
It hurts, and it is now possible. How about this from Byron-Chu? The impact questionable, but the highlight caliber, it's there.
The ground pinch, certainly very good after a completely dead 50-50. And now Mobula, they've got 38 seconds. Do they push for that 7-1? Do they push for the one result that I believe all of chat is now wanting to see? Leoro with a shot, and there it is! The Brazil!
Oh, we've really taken this competition fully around the globe at this point, haven't we? 7-1. Mobula complete their effort here in game number 6. Secure their victory, I can comfortably say, in the grand final. And they'll just celebrate with some pre-jump antics. You know, VK and Leoro, they were climbing that 2's ladder together. Is that any surprise by the plays you're seeing here?
Yeah, no, if I'm seeing that, then that's definitely not a surprise. If you're playing with that much chemistry, if you're playing with that much confidence, oi, that is certainly something. As we do have a quick little pause, Byron-Chu has disconnected, has crashed, so we'll get him back into the lobby to finish the last 30 seconds. But, I mean, that is just, in that last game, you could see sort of the seal was broken, right? The spirits were broken by from Astronic. The resistance was broken. But still, that's a display of power and of absolute and utter will from Mobula.
Yeah, it's impressive as ever, and you're seeing really the true ceiling of this team in that even in the grand finals, they can stunt on their opponents and perform goals at their will. That specific goal, I am getting word, is being reverted. Byron-Chu had DC'd from the actual game or crashed, whatever you want to say there, but will be joining back for these final 30 seconds. So if you really like that Brazil scoreline, I think that's back where it's going to be. But at some point, we'll get this final 30 seconds. But Mockfish, I mean, there's a way to win grand finals. It can be tight as ever. You can kind of limp past the finish line, as you've discussed earlier. This is statement making.
Yeah, this is a complete statement made by Mobula here. And you know, this is also a statement not just to Astronic in this series, but also to the rest. You want some? come and get it. We're more than ready for it. And now we're going to be starting momentarily. Barichu is back in after his quick little excursion into Twitch chat. I've seen you there. Don't worry. Immediately telling everyone what was going on. But now, though, if you're the rest of us, Zane, I think we can sort of start this conversation now. What do you do about this Mobula, about a Mobula that looks this strong?
Well, they really took the region by storm, didn't they? I mean, the very first match that we broadcasted in this split was Limitless versus Team Mobula. So there was no secret here. Their first match was taking down the major representing team of this region. So eyebrows have been risen far earlier than this grand finals. And in a way it is back to the whiteboard. That discussion to be had in moments past from now. We do get back to the game, the final 30 seconds that everybody wanted to see with Bayerju back in the lobby. Seconds, they trail away. The ball meets the ceiling. Leoro redirect the other side. Torres calmly plays this to the ground. And it's like when you throw the basketball up towards the ceiling at the end of the game. Everybody knows the results. And there you have it, Team Mobula. You've taken the win in the grand finals. The win is yours. VK Salen, dust off that trophy case and add another.
One more to the trophy case. Team Mobula, of their hard-fought battle and hard-fought series, are now the kings of sub-Saharan Africa. Rubix and Leoro get a first regional win under their belts. But that man, VK Salem, he adds yet another one as this team's leader into his silverware drawer.
And he really did lead the team. He led the comms, he led the disruption plays, the demo stats were through the roof. The way that he was communicating with his team exhibited leadership, exhibited determination. They didn't move to Cape Town to play in South Africa just to maybe win. The commitment is there, and the victory, I think they knew it in their minds since they started on the field this event. So stretching from that win against Limitless in the very first round all the way here to an emphatic grand final is the display that Mobula were in search for all along.
Man, I must admit, like, they came into this series looking to prove a point. They came into this tournament, did Mobula, looking to show that they are here to win. They are here to perform what no one else could. They started their weekend by taking down Limitless, and I mean, what an incredible performance. And I mean, Mark, you started the match off by going, what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? Well, apparently Mobula shows that you just deflected back where it came from right now, because that was a performance. They held strong for as long as they needed to, and then they were actually able to put on, and especially in that last game, an indomitable performance. I mean, scoring 7 goals there. That was, I know my prediction at the beginning was that Astronic had a good shot at taking this, but Mark, that was not even close by the end of it. I mean, the middle games sure were, but by the end, not so much.
By the end, it was a victory lap, but I think we already said that, you know, the resistance was sort of broken after the fourth got in and then not a lot of time remaining. So I feel like that, and yeah, just driving the scoreline. You're just stat spending a bit, but I feel like, to come back to your earlier point, what happens with the immovable object? Well, Newtonian mechanics dictate there needs to be an equal and opposite reaction, and I feel like Mobula have shown that equal and opposite reaction on offense this time. They're not just defensive gods, they're also ruthless in offense.
Now, Pyro, the interesting, if we carry on with this force analogy, is a force like that just ricochets around, tearing through anything that comes up against it. And now the question that we've been asking the whole weekend, I mean, the idea that we've had was someone's got to grow. Someone's got to step up. As much as people can be worried about, you know, what does this mean for the SSA teams themselves, there is only really one answer. Get better. And unfortunately, is there anyone? I mean that in the nicest way, because there's always room for everyone to improve. And that's the point of a young region like this, is that the guys haven't had the opportunity to be tested. And every time a team has gone overseas, we've said, wow, look at these guys. It doesn't matter how they perform over there. They're getting experience that they've never had before. And that's what we've always been saying of the ambassadors that Limitless have been. Now we've got them coming to us. They actually want to take on our competition. Who is going to be that team to really step up and stop this force in its track?
Who we don't know, but the whole get better thing we need to dig into a little bit because they've already been criticized in interviews of, hey, SSA, the only way you're trying to get better is by studying Limitless and getting a strategy that orients themselves against them. So now, look, you have a new strategy to work against. It's the one of Mobula. And we've dictated exactly what that is. I'm not saying I've downloaded the script at all, but VK Salen and the demo stats and the way that all those goals are conjured by counterattacks are pretty clear. That's the way they love to operate. It's the way that they kind of set up these 2v2s or these 2v1s on transition that they succeed in so well. So Mobula, they have their strengths rather obviously, and it's time to think, okay, here's a new, very explosive offense that it's time to study, gear ourselves towards, and win. And when you have a variety of those strategies now in this region, it makes you a more holistic team to compete across the entirety of this region.
I mean, and also to add on to that, I feel like Mobula in the way they like to play is very similar to Limitless in their setup. They also like to go for the demo, rotate in, find a 50-50, then go for the demo. But the problem with Limitless is that's Limitless most and sometimes only plan of attack. Mobile has shown much more diverse. They are able to go for the solo plays. They're able to go for the out plays. They are not just forcing everything on the 50-50, not just forcing everything on that demolition coming through, and they're still being dangerous. I think that is really the next step forward here for the other top teams in SSA and the other teams overall, is keep adding weapons to your offensive arsenal. Keep adding weapons to your repertoire to be more dimensional.
Yeah, and I mean, even with those 50s, there's got to be another step afterwards. It can't always be reactionary plays. You don't have the same luxury of space and time as with these top teams. You've got to be going for that 50, taking on that demo, taking on that, and then getting back, not necessarily all the way back to your own half, but re-engaging. That's something that we saw these top guys coming through to the finals doing consistently, was the tenacity of those attacks seemed to always mean that there was another person following it up, you know, and that comes from reading a team for a long time. It was something that we were wanting to chat about on the panel beforehand, was that, you know, with these teams in SSA shuffling so much, you know, we've been saying, okay, you know, it's a nice distillation of skill into who exactly is working best. But it means that there's been like a bit of a fractured aspect towards the SSA rosters. And Pyro, I'm interested to see what you think of this. You've been watching this since season 1 of Rlcs. And I mean, could you even still talk about who every team was that a player was on at this stage? There's got to be a point where you just kind of buckle down and go, right, this is what we want to do. Now we got to start working together.
Yeah, I mean, since casting the action since fall 2021, I can think of plenty of names that are watching a broadcast like this, seeing no SSA representation on Championship Sunday, and are hungry to be that representation. Many of the players, by the way, were not in top 16. So I want the hunger to fester. I want that starvation to be that motivating factor. And, you know, we talk so much about these SSA players. I'm interested to hear as well from the winners and to hear what they think about this event as well.
Well, let's not waste any more time. We do have an interview. There's again VK Salen coming in here, and I'm sure we're going to get to see a smile, even though there was laser focus the whole way on those cams going in there. Let's see if we can crack a smile. Let's head over to your boy Q and VK Salen.
Buddy VK, man, how you doing? Welcome in our new regional champ from Team Mobula. First off, congratulations. And second off, I know you've won some big events in the past and everything, but I'm kind of curious how today's wins feel. Like after the time off, coming into a new region, how does the win today feel comparatively?
It feels different because, as you know, I'm not in my home. I'm in a different continent, so you know, like it's another adventure, a new adventure, and I'm enjoying it a lot. And I'm so happy that my teammates could deal with today, and I'm so happy to be a South African champion.
I love it. I love it. Now, we saw that you were able to make it into the grand finals, only dropping 2 games through the whole weekend, right? But that final matchup, a little bit different, especially early, even going down 2-1 at one point. I'm kind of curious, was it more about what Astronic was doing right, or do you feel like it was just being a little slow out of the gates as far as some things that y'all were doing wrong that contributed to the early deficit?
I think as well they are Spanish players, so they know us a lot, and I think they made a good strategy against us. So I think like it was like a counter strategy
Gotcha, okay.
like with the two teams. So I think finally we get the win because we just improved at the end, and as you can see, like the last game, we controlled the entire map.
I love it. Oh yeah, I was actually gonna say when push came to shove, like y'all really did do a good job of like taking things over and buckling down those final couple of games. I'm kind of curious, what were some of the adjustments that you guys need to make? And two, with that, I guess, is what did the conversation look like between games 3 and 4? Y'all opted not to take a timeout, but y'all still had some big turnarounds after that point.
Yeah, like we started winning, and then they reversed us. So we had a important conversation with our coach as well. So I think that was probably the most important moment of the final for us to know how to repair some things in defense and in offense, and that's why the coach is so important in our team as well.
For sure. For sure. So now you've won your first regional, right? I know we kind of talked before, and there were plans of some traveling, tourist plans, sort of things. How do you anticipate being able to balance that and also being able to get prepared for Qualifier 5, where y'all look to defend your crown?
So now we will have a better seeding, so I think maybe we feel more comfortable for the next series, because literally we had to win Limitless 2 times, Draft Queens. Right. Now the Spanish team as well on the Astronic is the name?
Yep.
Sorry. Okay, Astronic in finals, because I know the players, So it was really hard entire tournament. So I think if we made this, probably at the next regionals, we can do as well a good how do you say this, like
going
performance
back to back?
performance.
Better
sorry.
performance. I love it.
Better performance.
I love it.
Sorry.
So there was some conversation today about no SSA representation. But I was kind of curious, as someone who's been around RLCS for a while, you've been through the peaks, the valleys, the ups and downs, right? What would be some of the advice that you would give to your competitors that are looking to bounce back and try and close that gap?
It's always important, as we made in the finals. Maybe in some moment of the best of 7 or the best of 5, you're losing, and you just have to have a good mental, try to talk with your teammates, and then decide what is going wrong, what you have to change, and then just take the decision and just go for it. Like, that's what you should do for the next regionals.
Fantastic. Well, look, VK, I'm not going to take up too much more of your time. I know you want to get to it, the team and the coach, kind of celebrate capturing the crown. But before we get y'all out of here, one more thing. I always want to give you the chance to kind of get those final words to the fans at T-Mobile who are tuning in today.
As we always say, we live for the clip, vivimos del clip. Let me just say something for my community. Hemos ganado el primer regional, queda mucho por delante, así que vamos a darlo todo para el resto de regionales, para que sigamos y ojalá hacer mayor. I've said, like, I hope we make major, and let's try our best for the next regionals, because they are as important as this one. So I'm so happy to be the first regional champion this split, and that's all. Thank you for having me here.
Fantastic, VK. Well, thanks for giving us some of your time today. Enjoy this little time off being the tourist here now. Be safe, of course, as well. And we look forward to catching y'all back for Qualifier 5, all right? Let's go ahead and check back with Ultra and the rest of the desk here.
Well, he wanted to give a good performance, and I can certainly say that it was a spectacular one. A team that has gone from strength to strength over the weekend. They started off hard, and they kept getting better throughout it, rising to every challenge, largely uncontested over the weekend. And so a fantastic performance and a well-deserved win here for Mobula. And now, jumping to you, Pyro J, talking about the weekend as a whole. This whole story of we need to get better is one that is very good. I'd like to just touch on the counter argument a little bit. This whole thing is not something I really want to go into right now. Psyonix is making their own rules, and we're here to give the best entertainment. What were some of your favorite moments? You're of course the one who did the top 10 plays at the beginning of the weekend. Would you say that the performance of this weekend and the clips that we got to see out of this weekend are something that's going to give you a lot of enjoyment to go and sift through afterwards?
I mean, we just heard from VK Salen, right? I think it's live for the clip is the motto. And I mean, there are plenty of clips out of this entire region. So if you want the entertainment, it is here on this broadcast, no matter who you're watching, to be completely honest. I have many plays written down for the top 10 out of this region. I can't find my list in my string of notes right now, but yes, plenty of players worthy of clips. Some returners, but some newcomers definitely to the top 10 list. And that is to be expected, as I think not only between this qualifier and the ones before in the previous split, but this qualifier and the next one, there will be many new faces.
Talking about the next qualifier, of course, we look forward to 2 weekends' time when we do this all over again. We're looking forward to the major at the end of this. In case you guys are not 100% sure how this works, every major has its own designation of points. So even though Limitless went through to the last one, they don't necessarily carry any of those points through to qualifying for this one, which means that, of course, Mobula now taking center stage for that ticket to London. But after that, we still have a Worlds afterwards. And Macht, you spent a lot of time chatting about it beforehand when we look at this overall leaderboard. Limitless came in with, I think it was about a 28-point lead, and Astronic Skill Quest were the ones who were really challenging them at the top, especially making it through to the finals. How does this change up the general storyline towards Worlds?
Well, for that, I think you're gonna need. I need a bit of time until the next region to really crunch the numbers. But Mobula certainly throwing a spanner in the works here as far as Astronic's hope go, because they were in a prime position to benefit. If Astronic won this regional, the deficit would have gone from 28 to a mere 14 points, or 16 points rather. Sorry. Between Limitless and Astronic Skill Quest in that race for Worlds. Now, with Mobula coming in, that is a difference. And Mobula now, as you said, for the major, suddenly center stage. Without the major, none of these teams are making Worlds except Limitless, as they are all hunting the old top dog. Maybe still the new top dog. We shall see if they can recover. But yeah, as of right now, Mobula doing Astronic a disservice in the race for Worlds, but doing Limitless a huge service.
And I think that sort of fight between teams is so good for any region. The fact that Mobula and Astronic now have a rival against each other, Limitless still waiting there in the background. Even teams like Unknown Goats is wanting to be part of this. We saw Snakesden coming in there, Nanlai's just losing out, and yet with a stacked roster in terms of local talent. So many people really, I hope, inspired here, but it takes someone to inspire you. We have been collecting, of course, the driver of the day votes throughout the day, and this is the person who has made the most individual impact through individual plays, through making things available for their teammates, great passes coming through, even just stuff like demos, all those stats that Bromeo loves to sift through, but eventually they condense down to one thing. And so our driver of the day is ready and waiting over there, coming through from your losing team in the grand final, but with an incredible individual performance. Byrochu showing that mix of mentality, of mechanics, and of course, the assists, nearly matching up to that goal tally. And Pyro, just talk about Byrochu as a character that's been an amazing addition to the scene.
Well, he is an amazing addition. Byrochu and even his teammate Torres were top 3 in goals per game leading into this championship Sunday. And I see him with question marks kind of in the chat, like, wait, me? Yeah, you. And the votes came in for you and you earned it. Okay, he played really well. And again, the way that especially in Yellow and Byrochu work together, and Yellow, the primary playmaker for that team, is really exquisite. So, Byrochu, congratulations on your driver of the day.
Well deserved. Well, if you guys want to be part of this competition, now is the time to go sign up. Of course, we are looking forward to 2 weekends' time, and signups for that close tomorrow. Tomorrow, 5 p.m. Please make sure you can go and do it. There is still so much fight in here. And if you guys are out there complaining on social media that there were no SSA teams, it's your chance to go and change that. There's going to be some hard work, big coaching sessions. And Muzz, I think it was Bromeo who said it earlier, that this weekend has given us the prime example of replay reviews to go and do. Go pick apart your opponents. There were a lot of teams that came in here like Mobula who have never been seen in this region before. Now there is no excuse. You can go and figure out exactly what your team needs to do. But don't miss that deadline. Tomorrow, 5 p.m. qualifiers they close for the weekend. And talking about closing for the weekend, guys, we have come towards the day. So, Macht, I'm going to give you one last chance to give your final thoughts.
Well, Mobile are amazing. VK Salem is amazing. Vivimos del Clip. That's sorry for my Spanish, but apparently that's what the motto is here. We live for the clip and we live to see another day. And hopefully we live to see the resurgence of the local sub-Saharan African talent into the top 4 and hopefully even into the grand final. Don't count them out. Alt, you said yesterday, you love adversity. You love to fight through it. And I think we have a lot of fight yet to be seen in SSA.
Yeah, this entire scene was built on passion. And, you know, I still look back to 4 or 5 years ago, before Rlcs was introduced, there was 1 or 2 teams in the whole region who was really dominating it at that stage. And, you know, we got very small tournaments at that stage, small prize pools. And now the fact that we got Rlcs is success in of itself. And I think a couple of the newer players may take it for granted a little bit, but you cannot ever rest on your laurels. Top 8 used to be something that most of our long-term teams kind of took for granted, and now not even making the final weekend, the main event, is suddenly something you have to fight for. So I want to see that fight really inspired back into everyone. There's a wonderful Spanish phrase, and if you spell out the word, a little bit of trivia for you, if you spell out the word socks in capital letters, I think it kind of sums up for this. SOCKS. It is what it is. What you can do about it, though, is put in the passion and put in the drive. Look forward to seeing how this scene continues to grow over the rest of our qualifiers in the next couple of weekends' time as we build towards that London major. For myself, Ultraism, the boys here on the desk, Pyro J, Machtfish, and of course the guys sitting in the background, Bromeo, Muzz, and your boy Q. We look forward to doing this all over again. Keep fighting. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.